Up. Come on, fingers. Problem is how you clipped the string ends. Well, that's gonna make a difference, Metal. I think it's more me sucking at playing the guitar. Is that the Diesel Creek opening? Maybe. Maybe it is, drummer. Now I gotta listen to that track, dang it. That was my fingers that time. Can't wait to see that Esar launch. When did it get bumped to Saturday? I'll cover that for Space News in a moment. Just wish Esar was doing a stream. Well, I got some news for you. I'll tell you during Space News. It's pretty good news. Go listen to British Steel. All right. We want to do that? Here, let me turn the gain up a little bit. Is that better, Metal? I'm just learning to play blues, dude. That's why I suck at it so much, dude. I can play power chords all day. That's easy. Methane, what's going on? Roadhouse? Wasted years? That's close. I forget how to play it, dude. I used to be able to. That was close. I used to know how to do that, dude. I used to be able to play it. I think that's right. That's close. Tremolo picked the high E. Wing the hammer-ons and pull-offs. Yeah, dude. There's some trickery to it. It's like when you play Thunderstruck. Like, you do that same kind of stuff. That's it. Now, metal is the guy going down the fretboard, or is he going through like a pentatonic when he does that? Ooh, down the fretboard is easier to play. Down the fretboard's easier. I was going through the... Yeah, okay. All right, ready? There we go. We got it. And then what's the chorus? From the coast of gold across the seven seas. Yeah. You Know Stevie by Pat Travers, basically the same song. Yeah, a lot of this stuff is similar, dude. That's why I've been doing a deep dive in blues, because a lot of rock and roll is it's just blues with some freaking amplifier. Hey, Gaw, 10 subs, dude. Inhibit had a 62 in there too. Is it in standard tuning, Maiden? Yeah, it should be. NSF hosting the Esar stream is crazy. You guys wouldn't happen to have sent Adrian to host and stream, would you? Yeah, he's there. John Belushi came to the same conclusion about rock and blues. Yeah, Manfu. Blues Brothers is what did this. When I came back from Starship Flight 8, I watched Blues Brothers on the plane, and I'm like, dang. I didn't realize how much I like this movie. This movie's the best. And it made it, dude, I've been picking up the guitar. I'm playing every day, dude. You should plug that gifting subs is on sale for the next 3 days. Oh, cool. Sweet. Now, what's the... So understand. Now, Long March 5. Do you know the riff from Battery? No. No, I don't. God, thanks for the 100 bits. So understand. Is this space news or rock radio? Space rock. Well, rock's in the title. It's Space Games and Rocket Review. Rock is in the title. All right, back to that same old place, sweet home, Chicago. Do you know how to play any Queen? Here. Last one. Season. Give me all your love tonight. All right, that's enough. It's time for space news. Hey-oh. 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 All right. Hey, hammer to fall. Sorry, suddenly Freddy. How's everybody doing? How's everybody doing? Everybody doing well? Crew 11 names just got released 10 minutes ago. Yes, so space news and rock and roll review. Yeah. Suddenly Freddy? Anything like Suddenly Seymour? No, not even close. All right, so this is going to be a little bit of a weird space news, because if you notice the title, it's the Space Games and Rocket Review. So, in a little over an hour, we are going to do a town hall with, where'd the sound go? That's right, it goes in the square hole. We're going to do a town hall with Dean Hall and a couple of other developers for Kitten Space Agency. Kitten Space Agency is the spiritual successor to Kerbal Space Program. A lot of ex-KSP developers work on it. So we are going to tune in and listen in to what's going on there. That starts in about an hour and 15 minutes. So for an hour and 15 minutes, we got some space news. Hey, Chief, what's going on? Loss of signal. I did not drop any frames, but Twitch did hiccup. Kitten is a working title, Corsi. Looking forward to KSA. Yeah, it should be good. KSA is a space game. So for the people that are here for space news, KSA is trying to take on the mantle that Kerbal had, where you build and design rockets and then fly them in space. A very potent teaching tool, if you know what you're doing. I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. Malkovich. I be John Malkovich. Hello. My name is John Malkovich. Yes, you sound exactly like this. Time to grow the beard out? Wait, why? Why? Why beard? No, no beard. No. He's too cumbersome. No. I sound nothing like that. No, you sound exactly like this. When Bickerus. Ben Bickerus from 95 with a 61-month resub. Moving on. Anyway, so you guys wanted an update for the Garage Dead crew. I saw you asked while I was playing. Unfortunately, I can't really answer questions and play. My brain hasn't figured out how to communicate and play the guitar at the same time. Yeah, I haven't. Can't do that yet. Can't do that. The conflicting processes. Got to rewrite some neurons. Work on some motor skills. Anyway. So, you guys were wondering, progress on the garage. It doesn't look like I've made much progress, but if you're keen-eyed, you'll notice something very different. You notice some very different stuff going on in the garage here. I noticed no mats. I got a rug. Does that help? Look at this floral print on this rug. The white car is missing. Well, the white car's outside. I built and mounted a pegboard over there. I had to do a lot of measuring, a lot of cutting, and a lot of other stuff. Looks like a good place to turbo a Miata. Well, the turbocharger's right there, dude. Did you end up finishing the chair? The chair is finished. Oh, it's finished. Is the leak fixed? Where's the leak, ma'am? Yeah, it's fixed. Bruma's finally happy with the pegboard then. Well, she did like it. She came in here and looked at it. Said I did a good job. Said it's level, which is great. There's a decorative engine over there. Oh yeah, there's a motor over there, yeah. Forgot that was in view. Yeah. What's the ambient noise going on? There's no ambient noise. What are you talking about? I don't hear nothing. You guys hear anything? Can you get the turbo out again? Well, it's right there. It's right there. You can see it. It's on the desk. Nothing but work on the OLM. So, I did start cleaning that up. I didn't finish because I spent a lot of time making sure that pegboard was mounted correctly. Everything is perfectly level. It's almost true level. It's great. Peter, you like the truck? Right on. It's a very green engine. It's very eco-friendly. I think that's just dirt on the motor. True level. So now I have a place to mount tools and clean up the rest of the crap that's there. That workbench had been serving as my nut and bolt repository. Yeah, it's just a table full of different bolts and nuts. Now I have, the little orange bins to sort everything, which is nice. Since I'm a noob, do you have a breakdown on the EJ car fleet? I own 5 cars, and I have 7 on my property right now. One of them you've seen. That's the 59. That's my favorite. I love that thing. That thing is why I like pickup trucks so much. Someone say you have a screw loop. No, not screws. Bolts. Differences. Are the other 2 stolen? No, they're one of my moderators. They're Ernox cars. Motors are electric. Engines are mechanical. If I point over in that direction and I say, look at that motor, your eye isn't going to catch the trash can and be like, yep, that's what he's talking about. You're technically right, but this is my shop, so you can call it whatever you want. You could call it a plumbus if you want. It doesn't bother me. That's nuts. Anyway, so, yeah, that's the 59. It's a 59 F100. It has a 302 in it with a C4 3-speed behind it. It's got 370 gears out back inside of a Ford 9-inch rear end. I haven't seen it, Tessa. Out the door, I have a 69 Coronet. That's the next car we're going to restore. I plan to go to town and use that Coronet to learn how to weld. Don't worry, I'm not going to weld up a 2-door Coronet. It's a 4-door. No one cares about it. If you're a muscle car nutcase, you know what I mean. No one cares. It's a 4-door. I couldn't afford the 2-door. I still can't afford the 2-door. I can afford to fix the 4-door, though. So, let's see. So we got the 59. We have the 69. I have a 97 F250 HD. It is a Ford OBS truck. It's got a 5.8 with a 5-speed behind it. It is a 3/4 ton truck with a manual, which is pretty cool. That thing's pretty sick. I bought that from Hoonigan in 2020, and then drove it home from Compton, California with my future wife. Yeah, I like having a long box bed. I think trucks should be useful. I can fit sheets of plywood, sheets of drywall in the bed of the truck. No big deal. Yeah. That thing is still fine. It needs an idler bearing. The idler bearing is shot. It sounds like nails on a chalkboard when you start it. I want to build a turbo Miata and take it to Big Bend open road race. What are your thoughts? Just take the Z3. Take the Z3 first, dude. Stoke is being onboarded to NSSL Phase 3 Lane 1. Oh, Kate. Nice. Fluffy, the 97 has a 5.8 in it. 5.8 with a 5-speed. It's got a Sterling 1025 rear end with 410 gears. It is dude, that thing is great. I love that truck. It starts every time, dude. I started it probably like minus 15 C. Like in the dead of winter. It started right up. It doesn't care. It doesn't care. That truck, I call that truck tough enough. Because it's tough enough to drive across the entire country with 170,000 miles on it and have no mechanical problems except, the diff unwelding itself in Oklahoma and shearing a tire off. So that's good. Last, Tessa, can you give me a second? Can you see my last? Hey, Ardozo. Uh, let's see. So, a gear vendor's overdrive for the 59. That would be actually pretty sick, Rarest. I'd like to put over gear vendors on there. I just can't really afford it right now. The two other cars, one of them, two others out of 5 is, I guess, the closest thing to my daily driver. I have a 2008 Mustang GT. It's a V8. It's got a 4.63 valve in it. A Tremec 3630 5-speed. It's got an 8.8 rear end. It's like 320 something gears, an open rear end. That's my daily driver. I don't drive it in the winter, but then again, I don't commute either. So I did get it ready to go the other day. Yeah, that Mustang is fun as hell to drive. It's just my daily driver though, guys. The thing is bone stock. Like, it has an aftermarket radio in it that I didn't put in. That was the previous owner's. Wheel fell off, made the trip interesting. Yeah. And dropping the fuel tank in a viewer's garage. That's right, Pete, yeah. Oh, are you using C so we in Europe understand? Yeah, Kirak, dead of winter. Like minus 15 C. So that probably would be like 15 Fahrenheit. It was super freaking cold. Truck started up just fine. It's great. Do you have a picture of the 97? Oh, yeah, there's pictures of it around. If not, I'll take a picture of it for you tomorrow. Interesting, Baron. Yeah. Minus 15C is 5F. Thank you. So I have the 59, the 69, the 97, the 2008, and then the daily driver is just a Ford Fusion. That's the car that's Bree's car. It's not really mine. That's her daily driver. And that's basically what we use in the dead of winter. The reason why we use it in dead of winter is because it's 2.0 turbo all-wheel drive. That's a fun car to drive, man. It's pretty good for a 4-door car. You know what I mean? Just a regular car. Turbo. Very nice. So Route 154 up to the Canadian Rockies when? Find me a truck out there. And a month of my time. Also needs 100 more horsepower. I live in Montana. I get anything under 10F. I plug it in outside. Yeah, Fluffy, it was cold. The truck was frozen to the ground for what it's worth. And it still started. It didn't care. NX, yeah, I got you. So those are all the cars that I own. The other two cars that I have on the property, one of them is an 87. It's an 87 F350 quad cab long box dually with a 7.5 liter. It's got a 460 and a C6 transmission behind it. 410 dually out back. It is a beast mode of a truck. It has 43,000 miles on it. Ernock and I drove that from San Diego to Titusville, and then from Titusville to Boston with Geek's help at that point, and Goalie too. Yeah, that truck, Ernock basically pulled it out of a farm in Stockton, drove it back to San Diego, and then did some work on it. And then I did the rear brakes, and then we used the 87 to tow one of Ernock's cars back to my house. We used it to tow the last car here. The last car is a 91 Camaro. 91 Camaro RS, 305 5-speed car. It was an open diff until we replaced it with a 342 Posi. Yeah, from a 84 Z28. Yep. That car also has I streamed working on most of this. It has a tubular K member, tubular QA1 control arms. So Spone Motorsports tubular K member, QA1 control arms, QA1 coilovers, front and back, QA1 trailing arms, QA1 sway bar, front and rear. It's got a QA1 adjustable panhard. And I think that's everything. Yeah, I think that's all. Oh, yeah, and we put rear discs on it, too. So it's got four-wheel disc brakes, 342 posi, 305 5-speed car. It's fun. It's fun to drive. That has been in mothballs, though. I didn't want to drive it in the winter at all. And it's not my car. It's Ernox, so... that thing basically... That Camaro basically drives like a, It drives like a new car. It drives like a new Camaro. It's a freaking race car, dude. Yeah, the F-350 is awesome, Raris, but she's having some problems with vacuum right now. I gotta fix it. Can I ask a car question? How would you modify the Z3 to be a race car? Don't. Don't. Z3 to be a race car. Don't. Just... Here's what you do. Okay, you don't... you know what's coming, or you think you know what's coming. This is the part where I say, don't do this. I know more about cars. Dude, you got to take my word for it. Do not take a car apart. Do not try to make that thing into a race car. Don't start taking it apart. I'm speaking from experience here. Don't do that. You want to make it a race car? Get in it, buy a racing helmet, and take it to a track. That Z3 is good enough. You got to get a baseline. That's the reason. You got to get a baseline, right? You don't, okay, like, and this is the part where I'm going to get a little preachy. You don't know anything about road racing, dude. Take it to a track. Take it to an autocross. You don't need to change anything. The Z3 is a good car. That's a fun car to autocross by itself. You want to make it a race car. No, don't do that. There are things you can do, but those are things that are beyond your skill level right now. And I say right now, you could learn, but you know how you learn? You take it to the track and figure out what you want to change. The Z3 is fine. It'll drive really well around a track. Just, dude, that's what I'm saying. Like, you want to turbo Miata? No, screw that. Just go and take the Z3 to the track and have fun with that. You basically have a Miata. Wait, why do you want to buy a Miata in the first place? You have a Z3. That's a German version of, like, the same exact thing. Dude, just drive that. Take that to the track. You'll see. Garage looking good? Yep. Miatas can burn in hell. You don't like Miata? Jeez, all right. I can't fit in a Miata Transpason. That's my problem. Anyway. Or go the Tom Mueller route. I don't think S-Master can afford a C7 right now. Anyway. Because I want new things, you're getting a wee bit tired of old cars. I don't understand. That sentence doesn't make any sense to me. Space news time? I think so. Time to look at the Capri now. Is this what you've been trying to get my attention about, Tessa? But yeah, that's my fleet as of March 27th, 2025. The 59 is the one you see the most, because that's the one I keep in the garage, because I love that truck. Where do I get a spoiler for your 57 F100? Okay, space news time. All right, so... Ford Capri was your first car, man. Nice. So, this is a little bit of a follow-up from some space news that we got to yesterday. So, Eric Berger wrote an article about Cygnus. So, NASA said they're not running the NG-22 mission, and they're going right to NG-23, because somebody damaged Cygnus while it was in transit, in shipping, while it was being shipped to the launch site. Yeah, so that's good. Let's see what Eric has to say. All right, let's hear what Mama has to say on the subject. 3 weeks ago, NASA revealed that a shipping container protecting a Cygnus spacecraft sustained damage when traveling to the launch site in Florida. Built by Northrop Grumman, Cygnus is one of 2 Western spacecraft currently capable of delivering food, water, experiments, and other supplies to the International Space Station. This particular Cygnus, NG-22, had been scheduled to launch in June. As part of the statement in early March, the space agency said it was evaluating the NG-22 Cygnus cargo supply mission along with Northrop. On Wednesday, after a query from Ars Technica, the space agency acknowledged that the Cygnus spacecraft designated NG-22 is too damaged to fly, at least in the near term. Oof. 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 Yeah, what health is shed S is probably what you need to do. Anyway. I mean, S, one more thing real quick. What you could do is, you know, you could get rid of the Jeep if you want, or get rid of the Jeep, that's fine if you want to do that. Or you could just buy another car. You can buy a nice car for your daily, and then freaking go to town on the Z if you take the whole interior out if you want. I mean, just another thought. Loaded up Dragon. Following the initial evaluation, there's also damage to the cargo module. The International Space Station program will continue working with Northrop Grumman to assess whether the Cygnus cargo module is able to safely fly to the space station on a future flight. That future flight, NG-23, will launch no earlier than this fall. As a result, NASA is modifying the cargo on its next cargo flight to the space station, the 32nd SpaceX Cargo Dragon mission, due to launch in April. The agency says it will add more consumable supplies and food to help ensure sufficient reserve supplies aboard the station. Okay. As it mulls stopgap measures, one option available to NASA may be to try and slot in a cargo mission on Starliner. After the propulsion issues experienced on Starliner's first crew flight to the space station last June, NASA is still evaluating whether the crew can be certified for an operational crew mission, or whether it would be better to perform an uncrewed flight test. They really dropped it, Creation. Yeah, oh yeah. Like, dropped it. The whole thing's junk. Well, let me put it that way. I don't know that the whole thing's junk. What I do know is that the thing is damaged enough for them to be like, no. Yeah, I'd like to see a picture of it, and then I could tell you exactly what happened, but no. We're never going to see that. In such a scenario, Starliner could ferry cargo to the space station. However, Starliner would be competing with SpaceX crew missions for docking ports, and there would be limited time frames when the vehicle could fly. That thing didn't sound too healthy that just drove by. Your engine is not happy. You don't need all 8 cylinders, dude. That is exactly what that is, Fluffy. That's a V8 running on 6 cylinders, dude. That is exactly what that is. That car is broken. That doesn't sound right at all. One more time. Oh, that thing is unhappy, dude. Oof. Anyway, all right. Limited options amid developmental delays. NASA also has the Dream Chaser spacecraft on its internal schedule for a May launch this year. Really? This is a new vehicle intended to carry cargo to the space station under the agency's commercial cargo program. However, that spacecraft is not yet ready for its debut flight, nor is a Vulcan rocket available within the next several months to launch it. A Dream Chaser mission later this year remains possible, if unlikely. Leaky headers? Nah, that was down. She was down a cylinder. Tessa, that's more than a broken exhaust. Nor is there a Vulcan rocket available within the next several months to launch it. Yeah, I disagree with that, but all right, whatever. I have no way to prove it. All of the roads for cargo supply, therefore, lead back to Dragon. As a result of Dream Chaser's delays, Starliner's problem, and a dropped Cygnus module, NASA's almost entirely reliant on Falcon 9 and Dragon and the Dragon spacecraft to get all of its astronauts to the space station and feed them. Man, when you say it like that, Crew Dragon remains the only vehicle certified by NASA for human flights to the space station. On the cargo side, Northrop Grumman is developing a new rocket with Firefly, but in the meantime has been using the Falcon 9 to launch Cygnus. With Cygnus now sidelined for at least half a year, every non-Russian vehicle flying to the space station will be built by SpaceX. Except all the aforementioned things that they could do where it's not that. But, you know, it's fine. That's fine. Shall we click on the comments section? I hope they got insurance. It's mostly people just whining about how did it get damaged? Burger moment. I don't know where Eric's saying that, you know, ULA doesn't have a Vulcan rocket. As if they couldn't just bump a mission. Like they bumped Dream Chaser for the Vulcan, for Peregrine. No? Dream Chaser was supposed to be on Vulcan's inaugural flight. And they because it wasn't ready, they swapped it for the Peregrine lander. The Astrobotics Peregrine. That was the first Vulcan mission. And then Cert 2 launched nothing. So ULA can clearly move stuff around in their schedule. I think that if Dream Chaser is scheduled for May, NASA, Sierra Space, and ULA obviously have some tentative plans there, and a Vulcan and a Centaur ready to go. I mean, we did see those pictures from Tori Bruno the other day. I counted like 4 or 5 Vulcans sitting in Decatur on the assembly line. I'm pretty sure they could be like, all right, we'll just move that mission that way a little bit, and we'll launch Dream Chaser. Starliner news have dropped. They're pushing for post-certification. All right, well, it's topical, so let's go there. Let's see what we got. NASA Boeing prepare for Starliner testing. NASA and Boeing are making progress toward the crew certification of the company's Starliner spacecraft, following the crew flight test to the International Space Station. I'm sorry, what? Joint teams are working to resolve Starliner's in-flight anomalies and preparing for propulsion system testing in the months ahead as NASA plans for Starliner's next flight. NASA's strategy for crew transportation is critical for assured access to space using American private industry, said Ken Bowersox, Associate Administrator for Space Operations at NASA headquarters. And shuttle pilot. Ken's cool. We like Ken. Our investment in commercial crew transportation capabilities is providing the needed flexibility to operate in space as safely as possible.
Shake hands for danger.
And respond to changes quickly when they arise. NASA is seeing the commitment from Boeing to adding the Starliner system to the nation's crew transportation base. In the months following the safe return of the uncrewed Starliner capsule from the International Space Station, NASA and Boeing had worked on post-flight data analysis from the crewed test flight. There's been a significant amount of work completed, with more than 70% of flight observations and in-flight anomalies being closed at program-level control boards. The major in-flight propulsion system anomalies Starliner experienced in orbit are expected to remain open further into 2025, pending the outcome of various ground testing campaigns and potential system upgrades. NASA and Boeing are working to finalize the scope and timelines for various propulsion system test campaigns and analysis that is targeted through the spring and summer. Testing at the White Sands facility in New Mexico will include integrated firing of key Starliner thrusters with a single service module doghouse to validate detailed thermal models and inform potential propulsion and spacecraft thermal protection system upgrades, as well as operational solutions for further flights. I'll explain in a second. These solutions include adding thermal barriers within the doghouse to better regulate temperatures and charging the thruster pulse profiles in flight to prevent overheating. Yeah, the pulse width modulation. Okay. Meanwhile, teams are continuing testing of their new helium system seal options to mitigate the risk of future leaks. Once we get through these planned test campaigns, we'll have a better idea when we can go fly the next Boeing flight, said Steve Stitch. He's the guy that runs the commercial crew program. We'll continue to work through certification towards the end of this year and then go figure out where Starliner fits in best in the schedule for the ISS and its crew and cargo missions. It is likely to be in the time frame of late this calendar year or early next year for Starliner flight. Mission managers are planning for the next Starliner flight to be a crew-capable post-certification mission. And NASA also has the capability of flying only cargo depending on the needs of the agency. Yeah, you should probably do that. You should probably do that second part. Hey, Urban, 70-month resub. Thank you. Yeah, you should probably do that second. Okay. Guys, here's the big thing, and this is the elephant in the room. That last line explained exactly what I was thinking. You're gonna certify a spacecraft that to work in space that had its thrusters malfunction in space, and you're gonna test those same thrusters on the ground in the atmosphere and then say it's good? No. Sorry. Nope. No. That's not how you do that. That's not how you certify a spacecraft. That's not great. Now, to be fair, I want to fix your brakes. To be fair, they don't really have a choice. Once again, this is a byproduct of running with a hardware lean program, i.e., you don't make a lot of capsules in this particular case. And also, you certified this capsule to fly on a rocket that's not made anymore. That's a problem. There is only 6 Atlas V left for Starliner. The rest are all slated for Project Kuiper missions, and no, they're not interchangeable parts to an extent. They carry different interstage adapters for the Starliner variant versus the Project Kuiper variant because it's using a 500 series fairing, and technically Starlink N22 uses a 400 series conical ISA adapter between the CCB and the Centaur. So, long story short, you don't have enough Centaur stages and conic ISAs to really like retool another Atlas. I mean, I suppose they could make another one, but see, the problem here is that the Atlas V's production line is basically it's not shut down. It's basically shut down. It's closed. But the other thing is that ULA could retool this. The first stage, the Atlas V CCB, the burnt orange core, is interchangeable between series. So if ULA decided to, if Boeing paid ULA or ULA decided, out of the graciousness of their heart to make an adapter, another conic adapter, so they could fly Starliner N22 on an extra mission, maybe. Boeing would probably have to pay for that out of pocket, though. I mean, all this kind of boils down to one thing. Like, this is what happens when you don't run hardware rich. Like, if SpaceX had a problem like this, it'd be like, all right, just launch it on another rocket. We can test it again. It's no problem. Or the rocket's reusable. It's not a big deal. But that's not what the program set out to do. It's using an expendable rocket. The only thing that comes back from an Atlas V N22 is the Starliner capsule itself, not even its service module. So not only does Boeing and NASA don't have enough Atlas V's to do another orbital flight test. So what they're trying to do is prove that they have the correct pulse width modulation to basically the right pulsing of the RCS to not overheat the poppet seals on the thrusters. They're basically saying, oh yeah, we checked it. We test it. We're testing it down here. We're testing it down here. We're testing it down here. It should be fine. I'm like, here's the thing. I like Starliner. I think it's a good capsule. I don't necessarily have a problem with it. I have a problem with certifying it without flight data. That's not cool. Now, they also could be... we theorized that the capsule that Butch and Sonny went up on the CFT-1 mission, we theorized that when they brought that capsule down, I mean, it came down okay. They could be using that flight data to corroborate their results, because they no doubt changed the pulse width modulation while the Starliner was up at the space station. They patched it, patched software, to make sure the thrusters don't fire too much that they overheat. That Starliner obviously came back down, right? So they could be using that as their flight data. However, I would want an end-to-end mission test to be absolutely sure. I think Eric Berger doesn't have necessarily a bad idea there. I think the first Starliner 1 mission, launch it as cargo. Sure, why not? SpaceX built another Dragon capsule. It's fine. Just put the crew on that. I mean, the docking ports are at a premium at that point, but... So, okay, the ISS has a slightly busier schedule with spacecraft coming in and out. But you get end-to-end certification of your capsule. I don't want to go off... I don't think it's wise, personally, to certify your spacecraft based off... do an end-to-end certification. So basically the capsule will be fine from liftoff, up at the space station for 6 months, all the way back down to to touchdown when the mission ends. I don't think you should certify that whole thing based off of just one undock from the ISS. And an undock that, especially an undock that was not it was a breakout undock, meaning they got the thing away from the space station quick. Like, closest you're going to see to an emergency undocking at the ISS. I don't think that's right. I don't think they should certify it based off of just like the downhill ride. It's an end-to-end certification from launch to landing. I don't think that's smart, but that's very much my personal opinion. NASA seems to not have a problem with it, but they seem to not have a problem with putting people on a capsule that has deficient thrusters. So, I don't know. What do I know? I'm just a Twitch streamer. For the theoretical future commercial Starliner operations, what rockets would they launch on if the thing is only built for Atlas V? I would guess that they're planning on New Glenn or Vulcan. Most likely Vulcan. Could be New Glenn, though. Do you consider Commercial Crew to be a failure? All this money and we ended up reliant on one system instead of having a market. Yes. Partially. I would call it a partial success, Cornbread. At this point, I'm wondering whether they'll even test Starliner in a vacuum chamber. You can't test the thrusters in the vacuum chamber, Lava. All the vacuum chambers that we have aren't designed for thruster firings, dude. At least, not to my knowledge. Starliner only flies on Atlas, Fluffy, yep. Did Boeing finally read the NTRS report on poppet seals? I hope so. I don't think it's wise. I don't think it's wise to push toward crew certification. I don't think that's smart. Flight data, guys, flight data is king. You want end-to-end certification, bring a capsule up to the space station and back down without any problems happening. Like, you don't... I'm not doing this to be harsh towards Boeing. I want them to succeed. What I don't want is them setting themselves up for failure. Because if they, Cornbread, if they do, that's an interesting question. You know, Commercial Crew is a partial success, but it's a partial success right now. That doesn't mean that partial success could, that potentially means that partial success could be partial failure later if Starliner, if they certify this stupid thing and then something else goes wrong and then something bad happens. I don't know why NASA would be hell-bent for leather for putting people on this thing. No. In fact, it's NASA. It's Ken Bowersox and Steve Stitch that taught me, not personally, but like from watching a lot of their press conferences, that data is king. Flight data particularly. You really want to push for that flight data. You want to get it. You want end-to-end certification, launch the capsule up to the space station, and bring it back down. With no thruster problems. I don't want people on board when that happens. Rocket Guy, this is fresh off the press. Look at this one. What do you think of this? NASA and Boeing are making progress towards crew certification of Starliner. You should know that crew on board reentry is one of the requirements of the certification process for Commercial Crew. They're going to sign a ton of waivers for, and don't get me started on the propulsion system, the elastometric O-ring failure with a system that's been flying for 3 flights with a ton of tests in white sands and they still didn't catch it. It's because their analytical model was bad, Baron. If your analytical model sucks, all your testing that's going to corroborate your analytical model is also going to be wrong. You can test it till you blue in the face, dude. If your analytical model that your testing's supposed to corroborate is incorrect, you're obviously not going to get it right. Hell-bent for leather. Hell-bent for leather. We did that with another spacecraft, the shuttle. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Oh, shake hands with danger. I read this, indeed. But what does that mean? Does that mean they're looking to go ahead and certify? Or that they are just for pushing certification, which is what Boeing has been doing since they won the Commercial Crew contract? At the bottom of the article, I think here, the goal of not this one. Mission managers are planning for the next Starliner flight to be a crew-capable post-certification mission. And NASA also has the capability of flying only cargo depending on the needs of the agency. I think, Rocket Guy, I don't know nothing about nothing, right? Don't know much about history. Don't know much biology, but I do know that that is poo. And I think it's a stupid thing to do. Sam Cooke? No? All right, anyway. This part, next Starliner flight to be a crew-capable post-certification mission. No. 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 Wrong. Wrong. Nice improv of lyrics. Thank you. So they plan on testing it at open the air. It assumed that the thermodynamics and atmosphere is the same as the vacuum with solar radiation. That's what I can't figure out, Lava. Bro, okay, great. You're busy testing all this stuff at White Sands. That's fantastic. You cannot test for the thing that went wrong in the atmosphere. I think they will default to cargo. Verify but test. Rocket, I think you're right. I think the next, they should just use Starliner as a resupply craft. Shuffle around the ISS logistics a little bit. Use it as a resupply craft and call it a day. Now, I do not think that that resupply mission, the Starliner 1 resupply mission, I do not think that should be post-certification. I think that's stupid. I mean, call me crazy, dude. I don't think that's a good idea. Same problem as Orion. Not necessarily. No. Resupply craft, I hear the short one anyway. Yeah. I really don't think that's a good idea. And I'm not concern trolling. I want Starliner to succeed. And the way Starliner is going to succeed is to certify it by basically having it do a mission somewhat analogous to DM1 and not having these thrusters have problems. Yeah, Ingram, it is astonishing to me. It is astonishing to me that NASA would even pursue would even try to progress towards crew certification. Are you out of your mind? After the fiasco that you guys just had to deal with? Are you crazy? You're going to push... Now, don't get me wrong. You should make progress towards crew certification, obviously. You're going to make progress of it before the next flight? They want to try to complete it before the next flight. Are you out of your mind? What is wrong with you? What? Why would you do that? Why would you do that? You sure about that? Are you sure that's a good idea? Are you sure about that? You sure about that? I don't think that's smart at all. They're worried Boeing might pull out. Baron, sources, and I don't know, we'll play off the notion that that's exactly what's going on. Would you rather kill somebody? Dude, you're not, it's not just about your, optics here, right? Like, is the lack of remaining Atlas boosters forcing their hand? I think so. I think that is influencing their decision tape, yes. Woody, what are you coming into here? A very interesting thing here. NASA is pushing towards crew certification, so a crew rating for Starliner before the next Starliner flight. I would... Mega, am I well? I've been streaming a lot less lately. Oh, I'm fine. I've been taking time to clean the garage, dude. Oh, yeah. No, I'm good. Dude, the garage was... Megas, it was bad. It was like hoarder bad. You see in the bed of the 59, you see how many trash bags are in there? That is and I'm ashamed to say this, dude, that is all trash. That's all trash. Not like, oh, this printer's broken, I'm going to throw it out. It's trash. Empty boxes, styrofoam, foam inserts, beer bottles. There are beer cans everywhere. That's my bad. Where are the googly-eyed mufflers? I moved them around. Yeah, that's where I've been, dude. Yeah. Yep. If you follow the snake all the way to its tail, you find the desk of some Congress critter who makes pork barrel money from Starliner. I don't know, Ingram. Are they even working on hardware to put it on Vulcan? I have no idea. Get that styrofoam into the ocean ASAP. Nah. So Boeing doesn't have to do recertification? They're going to certify it with ground testing? What? 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 Yeah, I've been there. You might have missed a trash sorting stream, but you made the right call. Carry on. Glad you're good. Oh, I'm fine, dude. Yeah, no, I picked a slow weekend, or a slow week, relatively, for like rocket launches to clean the garage. The reason why is because I want to do projects in my garage for stream. That's the whole reason. Like, I set up a nice workbench today. Look. See in the back? Like, I have two workbenches over there. See this one. See the back, the pegboard? Put up a nice pegboard for my machining bench. Pretty good, man. Pretty good. I did all the work, framed the studs. The studs are 24 on center in case anybody's wondering, and the 2x4s are sideways. They're not like 16 on center. But that's what the pegboard called for, so that's what I did. I'm aware, I just didn't know it gotten that bad. Dude, I like keeping a tight ship. I want my work area clean. I want my shop to be clean. I like my house being clean. First of all, the dopamine hit of walking into the shop every day and having it be nice and spick and span. Very, very pleasing to the senses. Second of all, same thing with the house. You know, like, I make my bed every day. My room is nice and clean. I don't screw around with that stuff. With that being said, my aggregate time to do all this cleaning work got kind of crunched because of going down to Starbase. So I had to pick something to get away from me, and I let the shop and my office get away from me. House is still clean though. Anyway, more Yakko grad soon. We will resume games next week. Sure. I guess NASA believes extensive ground-based testing, simulation, and anomaly resolution sufficiently address known issues, justifying certification without additional costly flight tests, even if this approach inherently accepts elevated risk. Which isn't really unheard of, though this is surprising for a crew mission with the numerous problems they've had. Rocket, this is asking for trouble, dude. This is asking for trouble. The whole point of doing the whole, like, hang on one second. The whole point of doing the whole, like, ISS thing and certifications and all this stuff is to be nice and safe. You're not being nice and safe here. I think the lack of a hardware-rich program is once again influencing judgment here. I think that is forcing them to accept elevated risk. And you know what? I have a problem with that. I think that's pretty stupid. Yeah, I think that's really dumb. Sorry, I know it's just my opinion. I get it. Hey, Meeps, 38-month resub. Thanks, man. This is sort of like the Orion heat shield. They certified it for the next flight, changing some operational parameters and verifying that. But yeah, I would not do this, I don't think. Just depends on the exact issues and root causes. Yeah. But clearly, I hope NASA will remain objective and they see the issues as being testable without sufficient V&V margin to work through closing the design issues on the ground. Rocket, even if they did close out all the testing on the ground, if it was me, I would ask for another flight. make the first flight Starliner Cargo 1. End-to-end, an end-to-end mission. Basically mimic the DM1 mission. Your certification flight test failed and you want to replace it with certification ground test. Yeah, Ravshan, that's exactly what I mean, dude. That is not smart, man. I understand, their hand is kind of forced here. Anyway. Yeah, where you're stubborn and flexible, man. That's how we get by. That's what happens. Eggless behavior with crew and reentry is one of the biggest certification requirements for commercial crew. I don't know how NASA will pass on it, but I think they'll do it. Feels like the lessons of the past 60 years have been forgotten again. Yeah, dude, this is not... It's not a good idea. It's just like Orion. This is not a good idea. If they just test with cargo, all good. And if they don't, there's a problem. Big trouble. Yeah. It has to come from Boeing negotiations. Boeing was probably prepared to walk away. And there goes NASA's redundant pathways to orbit. So NASA looked over the issues with Boeing and said they see a pathway to avoid another flight test out of their pocket. So how much of this garbage is because it's not a cost plus contract? Pretty much all of it, Hellfish. Yep. This is going to sound crazy, guys, but this Starliner is a case study for why cost plus contracts are a good idea. Yep, there, I said it. I know everybody hates that word. Cost plus is stupid, Egypt. No. There's a time and a place for it. This is one of those times. Boeing tried to develop a capsule on a shoestring budget, and look what happened. Just saying. Now, to be fair, SpaceX also did it on a shoestring budget. They actually got less money than Starliner, and they still were able to do it. So, yeah, I don't know what that means. You read into that how you see fit. The way cost plus works is with deadlines. Deadlines are the way to enforce cost plus correctly. Whoever thought that funding capsules on a firm fixed price procurement, or funding the development of capsules on a firm fixed price procurement, whoever thought that was a good idea is not that was not a good idea. That was a really stupid idea. ULA got their certification without testing again. Granted, we're not seeking a human-rated certification. Yep. I don't know if that has any play in here, Megas. I have no idea. Can you summarize what you said in the past hour and a half and 20 seconds, please? I just arrived. NASA is trying to certify Starliner for crew before the next Starliner flight. I would argue that it should have been good. Boeing has just had too many issues. When you need NASA to come in and audit your engineering process, that's just a big red flag for waste and incompetence. That's another fair point. It could be one, it could be the other. Yeah, Rocket, yeah. Calling $5 billion a shoestring budget might be a bit of hyperbole. Well, Stelfar, the reason why SpaceX made this look so seemingly simple is, one, SpaceX runs a hardware-rich space program. Make a lot of the thing that you're making. Make a lot of it. They just made another Dragon capsule. You know why? Because having more is better than having less. But here's the other thing. Boeing got, I think it was $4.2 billion for Starliner. that includes development of a capsule and one commercial. So it was originally supposed to be one pad abort test, one orbital flight test uncrewed to the space station, one crew flight test to the space station uncrewed, and then 6 Starliner missions. They have quite actually done one of those things successfully on the first try. The pad abort worked pretty well. But it didn't help my argument now, did it? No, the point that I'm trying to make is that, okay, so this is something that I've brought up before. SpaceX made this look really easy because they had Dragon 1. Dragon 1 was already funded from the Commercial Orbital Transport Services program. If you take a look at when Dragon came on the books, that would have been 2006, 2007. The COTS contract that saved SpaceX was for Falcon 9 and for Dragon. It was for resupply to the ISS, right? If you go back and look at the time scale, so Dragon got on the books in 2008. Actually, it would have been 06. It would have been after Falcon 1, Flight 4. So no, 2008. It would have been 2008. So Dragon 1 came on the books. First flight in 2010. And then resupplied the space station, I think, 7 times by the time Commercial Crew came around. SpaceX had some really damn good flight data on heat shields, pressure vessels, control systems, all kinds of good stuff. RCS, Dracos, whatever. They had some good data on it when they got the contract for Commercial Crew. So no wonder they developed a capsule on a lighter budget, because a lot of Dragon 1 contributed to Dragon 2. Boeing, on the other hand, got this thing cold turkey. Boeing has never made a capsule before Starliner. Ever. Never. They never made a capsule. Boeing has some pretty good heritage going back in the space program, but they make stages. They don't make capsules. North American made the capsule. And, Rockwell made the space shuttle. And I know what people are going to say. Well, didn't Boeing acquire those companies? Yeah, sure. That's great. You acquired the intellectual property. So that means Boeing is good at operating things, not necessarily flying them. Look, just because you have your driver's license doesn't mean you're going to build a car. I mean, for some of us. Am I right? Right? You know what I mean? That's great. Boeing never engineered a capsule before, so they went into this cold turkey. So if you look at the entire funding of Dragon since 2008 to when DM2 first flew and they got their certification, right? So we got 12 years. Okay? Interesting tidbit of information here. The Commercial Crew program came out in 2024. 2024 is when it was awarded. Boeing basically went into this cold turkey with no prior flight heritage whatsoever, except the space shuttle, if you want to count that. I would argue that, that's like saying, oh, I build airplanes. I'm going to build a helicopter. It'll be just fine. Sure you are. What year is it? It's 2025? 12 years? End of the year is when we're looking at the certification, if at all. See what I'm saying? It's about the same time scale as Dragon, albeit for a little bit more money. But it is the same time scale. It's about 12 years. Dragon got on the books in 2008, first flew people to the space station in 2020. It's hard to say whether this is just pure incompetence. I mean, there are some things with the Starliner program, like, blowing out thrusters on OFT2 and then blowing out thrusters on CFT1 and being like, huh? And also the timing issue, OFT1 in 2019 was a fiasco. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. It could be, cost plus, could be fixed price, I just don't think NASA should let them have a pass. I think that's a really stupid idea. 15-minute warning for KSA. It's a naive statement, but I fully admit if you didn't have a clue how to fly a particular product, why would you bid to do just that? Shouldn't you, figure out how to do something before you do it to bid it for the government? Boeing was considered the safe option, uncapping, when NASA awarded them a commercial crew contract because they operated the shuttle for 30 years. Hey, well, Lord, tier 2, 69-month resub. Brother from another mother. What's up, dude? But yeah, I think all of this is due to negotiations, and I'd like to give NASA the benefit of the doubt that this is not so much to appease Boeing, but working with them on their issues have been deemed okay to test and verify through ground-only testing. Yeah, I hope so. Yeah, Admana, that's Igor Sikorsky, not Boeing. Last, what's up? Starship's cargo bay could be big enough to hold Starliner, wouldn't it? Because if you're getting both, I don't know, maybe. Wasn't the contract for cargo, not crew? For Dragon, yeah, it was commercial orbital transport services from 2008 to 2014. And over the course of those years, yeah, over the course of those years, they developed Dragon 1 and got it working. What happens if these thrusters have the same issues this time, but worse? For what it's worth, Rarest, I don't think they will. I think Boeing got enough flight data from the downhill ride of the uncrewed CFT-1 Starliner. I think they had enough. They got enough data on how the thrusters perform in the vacuum to not have them overheat again. Once again, proving that flight data is the best teacher, but whatever. Did Dragon 1 have similar failures during testing? No. I don't think they're going to have those problems, but I don't think they should get a pass either. CRS-2 had a thruster anomaly where Dragon went into safe mode, but it was fixed. I mean, yeah. There's that, and then there's the DM-1 capsule eating an NTO slug and blowing up on the test stand. It still bugged me that the exact issue that happened on 2 of the Starliner flights was already known from the shuttle era, and fixes were already found. Did the engineers not do their research? They must have assumed, Lava, that, you know, it's a different spacecraft, so it's not applicable or something. I don't know. Hey, that truck had all its cylinders. Yep. Workers and resources is 50% off. Hey, Porter, what's up, dude? All right. Waiting for the KSA people. Hold on. Let me shoot Rocketworks a message. I'll shoot them over a message, see what happens. Dean is typing in announcements. Oh, neat. Yeah, this is the KSA town hall. So yeah, guys, I don't think that's a good idea. I really don't. I don't think NASA should give Boeing a pass. And if Boeing's gonna be a little wimp about it, and I'm gonna pull out if you make us fly our capsule correctly, you know what? I want Starliner to succeed, but not like that. Nope. No, I don't think that's a good idea. If you guys, you know, like, I'll be 100% honest with you. If you want a free pass just because you want to be absolved of your past screw ups just because you think it looks bad for you, you can go piss off. Yeah. Go play make believe spacecraft in. Or build commercial airplanes, or do something else that's not this. If you can't stand the heat, get out of here. You know, the problems that they did have is their own fault. Take some damn accountability and fix your stupid spaceship. It's frustrating. It's frustrating. But anyway, Whatever. I would hope Isaacman getting confirmed would help straighten some of this out. Me too. Swap to Dream Chaser for crew. Why, so we can wait another 5 years? Nah, I'm good. Accountability, what's that? Yeah, I know. I don't know if that's necessarily correlation there, Vanguard, but yeah. I mean, if I was NASA, if Boeing wanted to pull out of the program, fine. Go ahead. Pull out of the program. Where's our $4.2 billion then? You want to pull out of the program? Just fine. Good. Give us our $4 billion back. Fine. You want to do that? Sure. Like the Starliner program, they got awarded a contract for $4.2 billion in 2014. How much of that is paid out? Whatever the amount is that's been paid out, good. Pay us back if you want to pull out of the program. That's fine. We'll take that money back. Thank you. To be honest, I think there's a limit to how much flight testing is too much. I know it's very cool for us and specifically beneficial for content creators, but I think the level of premature testing of Starship is... The level of premature we're not talking about Starship, funny you. We're talking about Starliner. Where did that go? That was out of left field. I don't remember that. The town hall is starting. Yeah. Okay. I know, drummer. Did you miss the spot where I just... Never mind. Whatevs. Yeah, but Starliner is being criticized for its ineffective development. No, Bandit, not at all. I don't understand the point you're trying to make. You understand that SpaceX, the iterative design that SpaceX is going for is entirely different than the waterfall style of development that Starliner is going for. You're just saying that, well, Starliner is using addition and Boeing is using subtraction. We should look at those the same. No, we shouldn't. No, that's not how that works at all. How do we join up to this dang old town hall? Anyway, so I have some quick news to share with you guys from Esar here. So Esar did a launch attempt in a scrub. Check this out. Okay, I'm in. There is a lot of people in here. Anyway. So Esar actually, check this out. Test, learn, iterate. What goes for rocket science also goes for space communications. We tested the setup. We learned you want it. We go live with NASA spaceflight. And their next flight attempt is March 29th due to ongoing weather restrictions. That's where D disappeared too. Yeah. So I've known that the NSF crew is up there for a good while now, but I was sworn to secrecy. So, pretty cool, huh? So, we're going to get a stream for Esar, and it's going to be produced by NSF, which is pretty cool. Why did they not bring me? I didn't want to go to Norway, man. I didn't want to go to Norway. Dude, Tape, if I had been like, I want to do this, I would have left Starbase and flew right to Norway. Nah, I'm good. I'm good. What is that project you were working on for a few weeks? It's a video for NSF, Dean, and it's been kind of on the back burner. I'm gonna get back to working on it when I finish working on the garage. Wait, NSF is here? Look. Adrian, D, and Brady are up there, Bob. And Adrian will do just fine. So yeah, there you go. We are everywhere. We are all knowing. So the first flight of the Spectrum rocket is net March 29th due to ongoing weather restrictions. It'd be Saturday morning. If they do decide to go, we're going. I'll be here. I'm not going to Norway. We'll be here, though. All right. You'd like Norway. I'd rather go to Finland. Sorry, Norwegians. It's just because of that damn summer car game. You know what I'm talking about. That's really turning NSF into a no BS full-fledged broadcasting production company. Guy's a player, man. Unsubbed! Nah, Norway's all right. I wouldn't know. I've never been to any of those countries. The closest I've been anywhere near any of the northern European countries is... Actually, no. I've been to Iceland. Does that count? That doesn't count. That doesn't count. And I didn't leave the airport anyway, so. I don't know, Spoiled. We'll have to wait. Well, gee, now I ask one MSC. I don't know. If you end up here, I promise to get you good and drunk. Okay? No, I'm sure Norway is beautiful. I'm sure it is. From some of the pictures that we've been seeing, I'm sure it's a beautiful place. Okay.
Okay, I think I've started this.
All right, here we go. Dean, you're good, man.
I've added Dylan.
Hello.
A few minutes to just get stuff started. Yeah.
That's hype, man. Oh boy.
Just the Discord UI's changed a bit, so I just need to get myself
here we go.
situated.
Let's see.
Here.
So this is the KSA town hall.
I'm going to add a bunch of the dev team in.
Actually, hold up. Before I do that, I gotta rearrange some windows. I gotta return some videotapes.
Sorry, I'm having to go through and manually do this. I feel like I'm going to accidentally add someone here.
We knew one that if they requested to speak right now, you'd probably accidentally just invite them in.
Yeah.
Please don't make me speak.
Who is here? Hold on.
Did I get all the Rockworks people?
Rogan.
Oh boy.
I think so. Here's me see.
This is gonna be interesting.
If I
So KSA, guys, is Kitten Space Agency. It's the kind of what's the right way to say it? It is the spiritual successor to KSP. KSA has a lot of ex-KSP1 devs on it. And yeah, they're doing a town hall and a showcase right now. So I'm just getting all the chats up here, and I will get you guys back over in the big window here. And I will unmute Dean.
Can anyone see if the stream's going okay?
Hey, Matt. 120-month resub, dude. Thank
It's
you.
working for me.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah,
Cool.
yep. Confirm.
Perfect. So what we were going to do, and this is a
Alright,
bit of a brief
let's
for the
see.
team members as well. We're actually, so Liam is going to centralize a bunch of the questions that come up in the Slack thread, just so that people can keep commenting, stuff like that. So we'll try and have some of our folks on the various different like Twitch streams and stuff like that, pulling in any questions. So feel free to be
Yeah, I
posting
know,
questions.
Matt. It's very interesting.
And we'll chuck them in the Slack. So that you know, for Stefan and Jamie, if you want to answer any of the questions and you just want to look in that Slack thread as we go through. But I thought we could do a bit of an overview of where we're at. Jamie or Stefan, if you guys want to show off anything as well, I think you'll be able to stream to the stage as well.
Repos X KSP.
Currently, I'm not permitted.
Got it. I don't know how to do that.
Who else is here?
How do I? Oh, I nearly timed you out. It might be because I'm already
Links is
doing it.
parallax. That's right. Yep.
More options. I just don't want to have like 1,000 people, including literal rocket scientists, judging my ability to pilot a spacecraft. Okay.
Should have had me do it, Dean. Jeez.
But yeah, I mean, I guess I wanted to start by sort of showing off where we're at with some of the progress. Maybe Jamie, Stefan, you guys could roll through some of what you've been doing in terms of like slowly layering in physics and maneuver nodes and stuff like that. And feel free to stream and show off, or just berate me into showing off the thing that you want to show. And once we've kind of covered off on some of that stuff, then maybe we could get into questions and stuff like that.
Sounds good. You want to start, Dean, or you want one of us to start?
I'm sort of starting. I was just kind of showing off some of where we're at. So I just wanted to kind of show off some of that. I guess the seamlessness is something that I'm really particular on, which people are probably sick of hearing me say that. Just the idea that you can go from, say, the moon directly to the Earth without loading screens, without performance problems and stuff like that has been something that is very important. If any of the brutal guys are here or want to talk about any of the brutal changes or new stuff as well, welcome to share that. Anything you want to say at this stage, Jamie or Stefan?
Yeah, I mean, I can talk through a little bit of physics stuff if you want to go follow the rocket, maybe. All right, so I think I wasn't even on this Discord, I think, when the last one of these was done. So I got to talk about a little bit what we've been doing, which was when I joined the team back in December, we basically had a bunch of the foundational Kepler stuff done. So it's basically, in KSP terms, that's everything on rails, just kind of happily floating around the solar system. You could zoom through at, a million years a second or whatever, and watch all the planets spinning around. One of the first things I did was add this little rocket, which was at that point just a sphere, and then Dean gave it a nice little Apollo CSM makeover here. The basics of what's been implemented so far is some Newtonian physics in terms of thrust. So we have a little hard-coded engine on this thing right now that allows you to thrust forward, change your delta V, actually change your orbit. And then quickly after that, I implemented the basics of rotation. And these are both, as Dean was saying, in a sort of a seamless way. So what happens is we're sort of propagating all the positions and everything using Kepler. So it's just on rails. And then as soon as the instant you hit any of the thruster buttons, which are controlled right now with WSAD, or if you hit the engine key, you'll immediately switch into Newtonian physics. In fact, if you look up in the upper left corner in the statistics menu, you can see there's this man in charge field. Right now it says Kepler. As soon as Dean touches one of the controls, that'll switch to Newton whenever physics is active. And so that's the instantly switching between rails and on rails and off rails, basically, as we're going through. So we have both RCS rotation and translation working. We have engine working, like main engine working. You can see there's some issues with some types of orbits in Escape. We're working on that stuff. The other thing that we implemented, which was on a developer updates a while ago, is sort of seamless rotation through time warp. So no matter whether you're on rails or not, the rocket right now will actually continue to rotate past that, and that's like whether or not that ends up in the final game is totally up to us, but we're totally capable of doing that, which is nice. I guess the main stuff on the physics side that's been done so far, there's still tons more to do in terms of like being able to launch from the planet, go up to the moon and stuff like that, which is all coming next. But I think that's kind of where we're at right now.
Anything you wanted to add on that, Jamie? Hold on. We got Felipe's here.
What? Oh, how do you mean?
Did that work? Yeah. Sorry, Felipe. Can someone? Is it only me who can add
There's
people?
my boy
Sorry,
right
carry
there.
on, Jamie.
Guys,
Hi, yeah, sorry, I was about to
Felipe
ask how I got
is
in.
the guy who invented Kerbal Space Program. That's Harvester. The king.
Adding stuff in. So
This is what I mean.
yeah, I'm curious as to
Game's
what that is.
spiritual successor, because it has the founder of KSP on the project.
Boo-hoo. That's my life. Yeah, I think as was alluded to by Stefan,
That's not
the
Felipe
Kepler
talking,
simulation
that's Jamie.
is there. Built all that prior to Christmas. We've got maneuvers happening now. They've been happening for a while, actually. Been trying to weed out all the bugs. I thought we'd got most of them. So I don't know what you did just before, Dean, but that'd be interesting to see again. I wasn't really watching what you were doing.
I don't know, spoiled maybe.
And I've been working on being able to plan your maneuvers a bit differently. So I have been working on it, it's not finished, so we can show where it's up to, but it's not going to work. If you want to go from, say, an orbit around Earth to, say, Mars, then right now, traditionally, I guess in KSP, etc., you would create a maneuver
It's pretty good.
on your orbit around Earth and then play with it forever until you finally got an intercept with Mars. But what I've been working on is actually creating a maneuver on the parent body's orbit. So, for example, you're orbiting Earth, you could create an orbit around from Earth's orbit to go to Mars, and then move it to your actual orbit around Earth, and it would automatically calculate all that for you. It's not quite working yet, but it's close. So you can actually create one right now and manipulate it and everything and find the intercept. But when you click to move it, there is still some math errors happening. So it doesn't actually move it correctly and you end up with a maneuver that's not quite the same. But we're getting there. Another thing I've been doing is if you're following a ship, for example, Dean, and rocket or whatever, you should see in the menu now next to the nav ball.
I'll need to load it back up.
Okay.
Because I think it got an exception with this thing.
Rocket. Yeah. Okay.
I'll reload it back up.
Smelling interstellar travel.
Yeah, why don't you show it off? If you give it a
broke
go,
it!
so you should be able to run it and then just click the share your screen.
Hang on 1 second.
I really
Let's
hope
see.
it will.
Assuming I haven't got any errors right now because I'm in the middle of stuff. Let's see.
Yeah, I was part way on doing terrain shadows, and I was like, okay, so I stashed my changes.
I need to do that, so I'll have to stash. Hang on, and I'm on the test system, so no pretty graphics. Hang on, I'll just swap it around.
Hang on, Creeper. We'll talk about that.
You feel like a question while he loads it up?
Yeah.
Nice, Ryan.
I mean, a question for Dean, but
Where's Black Rack? He's probably in bed. Whoever asked, because like he lives in France. What's the time there? Middle of the night. So I doubt we're going to get BlackRock on this stream, for those who are asking. There, I answered a question.
So were you able to stream, Jamie?
I'm trying to start it again now with the actual
got
main
it.
system, because I had it on the test one.
Stefan, did you wanna stream?
no.
You can try if you want.
Yeah, sure. Just starting the game now. You want to show off the parent maneuver stuff, Jamie?
Yeah, the screen share in Discord's not working for me. Oh, surprise, surprise.
Yeah, just wait until the game pops up here.
So yeah, while they're getting ready, so basically where we're at is
Nothing to
where
show.
we wanted to. You've probably seen me say this a whole bunch, but we wanted to approach all our problems kind of from first principles. So Stefan, joined us 12 years at SpaceX, and I think it's fair to say, like me, wanted to kind of look at seeing how much of the physics we could do ourselves, basically, so that we could know exactly where stuff is happening. Like people talk a lot about the Kraken or Clang and space engineers, and personally I think a lot of it relates to how you bind in an API with what you're doing, which is sort of one of the things we wanted to do with Brutal in general. Like Stefan can go and look and see exactly where anything is happening. He can go look at the render stack. He can see where something's getting called exactly. So we can turn stuff on and off and hook stuff in. So as Stefan is moving something between being on rails or off, he knows exactly when that's happening. Like exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, that was definitely a big headache back in KSP. The order of operations of everything is entirely kind of hidden from you, right, in Unity, because you have all of these behaviors updating, and it's kind of undefined when things happen in relation to one another. Like you can set like what happens if something is supposed to happen before something else, but it's not an explicit order. You're just kind of hinting at things you want to happen in a specific sequence, and even then, like, it's a kind of a pain in the ass to work with.
Yeah, I guess our advantage here is we get to choose. We don't have to worry about Unity's execution. I'm upside down, that's why I'm confused. I'm streaming. Can you see it? I'm assuming everyone can see.
Yep, we got you.
Yep.
Cool. All right. Well, so
he said a word. He did. He shattered. No.
Here we go. Well, I mean, here's where I'm just creating a maneuver. There you go. I encountered the moon.
This looks familiar.
Ta-da. We've got some issues with culling distances, but we're getting closer to fixing that.
I was actually thinking we can just turn off that culling. I think I added that culling a while ago. Yeah, like performance-wise, that's not a problem. So I think for now, I was just thinking about that before. I was like, we should just turn that off.
Oh, nice. Thank you.
Yeah.
I think I provisioned for like 500,000 orbit lines. So
yes,
it's
a problem. This is using
carry on.
This is using a custom game engine called Brutal.
Yes, I've added this. This is my work in progress. This is very much a work in progress. So I can create maneuvers from one body to another. I've got to fix this. It's actually running on the main thread at the moment, so I've got to put it into a worker thread. But it's easier to debug while it's on the main thread. So the idea is, calculate me a transfer and then create me a maneuver, and there you go. But it's not quite right because it's not actually hitting the target. But I'm working on it. I'm getting there, getting closer. So that's what that one is. And then the other one is we haven't really decided like how the player gets to use this stuff, because I'm thinking something along the lines of initially you want to learn how things work, so you probably don't want to have the automatic maneuver planner available straight away, which is what this thing is. But what you can do, what I've been working on, is like I can create a maneuver here actually on Earth's orbit like this, and then set up my actual intercept. I'm not going to actually find the intercept, right? But then, yeah, I can just tell this to
Oh, this is
Click this.
wild. I heard you guys talking about this. This is crazy cool. Sorry, carry on.
Click this, and then it moves it onto
my
my
God.
actual ship's maneuver,
No, brother.
ship's orbit. As you can see, it's not, the math is still not quite right. I'm going to switch it over,
Wow.
hopefully over the weekend. We were trying to use geometry to figure it all out, but it's not working properly. So I think what I'm going to do is convert it over to use my Lambert solution solver that I've got, that I've
But then-
written in here.
Like, I'm seeing this for the first time now, but then
That's
how do you get to that maneuver when you add it back? Like, would it be possible then to have it generate like another maneuver, which is your escape burn, so you can like land yourself on a maneuver on an orbit that more or less matches like that orbit? Because like, yeah, that's actually really cool.
I think that's basically what
Oh,
it's
they-
doing. If I understand you, it's basically taking the orbit from the Earth and mapping it onto an equivalent orbit on your
Yeah.
parking orbit. So you'll just
Yeah, so
basically-
I clicked that button already, and it's now moved it from Earth onto my actual ship's orbit. So if I zoom in, you can see now it's actually part of my ship's orbit.
I don't know, Journey. I'll
Yeah.
get that information for you
The
later.
Actually,
other
yeah, that
third
makes
thing-
total sense because you, in theory, have a heliocentric orbit. It's just a squiggly version of the Earth's orbit.
Yeah, basically you create the transfer orbit here. This is just one idea that we had. This was Stefan's idea actually. Get my encounter here, and then I can just sell it to make this my transfer flight plan, and
That's
it
cool.
can just calculate back, because basically it's working. This maneuver is actually what my delta V needs to be when I leave the sphere of influence, and then we can just work back from that to the parking orbit. And I'm sure all the scientists on here will go, yeah,
That makes sense. And then, like, your escape maneuver is just the remaining delta V for you to
to
like,
get to the sphere of influence
to-
at that.
yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
Mm-hmm. The third thing I'm going to do, which I'm still just waiting for some of the brutal guys. I think there's only Chris is not here, is he? No, he's hiding. Who's working on being able to have the multi-cameras stuff, so that we could actually. The third idea would be to actually focus a camera, say on Mars, so I can see where my maneuver's going. Whilst I'm over here manipulating it, kind of thing. And then, yeah, of course, I built this little thing here where you can actually change the delta
And
V.
that's very
Quite a bit.
possible. We just have to decouple a few things. At the core level, it's only about an hour's worth of work for us to get essentially a version of camera to render the texture. But the problem is there's a few things that are bound around there being one renderer. So the planet renderer and the
It says Scott
actually I think
Manley
it's only the
asteroid
planet
right
renderer
there.
is really our main problem there at the moment.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Now,
I went partway through the shadows thing before, but yeah.
I've got really crappy frame rate because I just realised I'm running in debug mode. Debug mode is not
Dirty,
good for performance. Dirty. So don't freak out about my frames here. That's
Release
'cause I'm
only, force push all the time. That's me.
actually- Yeah, I'm running in debug. But I think what else that's mostly what I've been working on. Yeah, the maneuvers.
I think one of
and-
the thing that's been very good is we haven't had to make any like what I'd call concessions. So in order to achieve a lot of this, we've been able to stick with our approach of using worker threads. So I think we call them orbit solver, but they do a bit more than just the orbit solving now. But when we take stuff off rails to apply the physics, we're actually doing that on a thread that's working sort of one thread ahead, I guess you could say, and that gives us a whole bunch of benefits in terms of performance, and really will allow us to have thousands and thousands of craft that will be able to do stuff. You'll be able to, allow you to have your vessels being able to apply force even when you're not looking at them, stuff like that. I don't know,
Camera speed.
Stefan, did you want to explain any of that? Because you've been able to get everything to work with the orbit solvers.
Yeah, it's basically that. Just like right now, I think actually right now we're even doing a lot more simply than we could be. I have some crazy ideas on how to go even crazier with the multi-threading, but right now we have a few threads that sort of churn through all the different all the different objects in the game and update them, whether it's physics or the capital orbit solving or any of that stuff. And yeah, I think we could, like, given that because we control all the data, we control the entire frame update loop, we can kind of do whatever we want there. And I think we can get really crazy with the multi-threading to really make use of all those cores.
Yeah, we're only barely touching what we could do multi-threading. Like I said, a lot of the maneuver stuff I've been doing are still running on the main thread. I haven't decided yet whether we put in some more workers or just use the ones we've already
He's a
got.
pretty cool guy.
Yeah, so I think we've been using our
39
sort of worker
months.
approach on a few of our projects pretty well, and the advantage of that is you get the benefits of it not being multi-threaded, but the benefits of it being multi-threaded as well. The rest of the code can kind of treat things as being done. Yeah, it just requires a little bit of stuff. Maybe we should start going through people's questions. What do you guys reckon?
Yeah, I mean, what else could I? That's mostly what we've been up to, right?
I've got one here actually specifically for what we were looking at on screen there. Question from Acacia: what can you tell me about the stars in the background? Are they individually rendered?
I can take that one. So at the moment, the way it works is when you boot up the game, it loads binarized star data, and actually
Home Planet, I think
you
so.
can make your own star data using your own delimited stuff, so end users can actually generate the stuff. So it's kind of an example of what's really awesome about Brutal. Because we're talking directly with the GPU, we can do a lot of funky stuff. You probably find Pleiades actually. That's usually what I look for. But so when the game starts up, it actually loads in. So you can see the star sprites. There's 81,000 of them on the left there. And we load that data in as a normal, and then the fourth value is a packed value that contains the size and the color. So they are separate instances on the GPU, and we can actually change individual as one. So if we wanted to move them around as a parallax effect, we can. We can do it. We've definitely been designing things so that we can layer in different solar systems. There's nothing inherent about it being, say, heliocentric, because everything is drawn, I guess, relative to everything else. I saw someone. We probably shouldn't just be randomly pulling questions out of chat, right? There was a lot of good questions in there.
No, I've got some other good ones here. That one's just applicable to what you're looking at. Do you want me to read out the top one we had?
Yeah, we can go for the top.
Yeah.
I'll answer.
There have been talks about making the physics engine fully custom instead of relying on libraries like Jolt. Has this decision been made yet, or is it still up in the air?
Yeah. So basically that's what you're seeing. So this is all custom. And I don't want to answer for Stefan, but we're kind of approaching all the problems from first principles. So actually, if you go to the moon, Jamie, if you maybe fly up and down to the moon, that's a good example to show. That was one of the first places we approached the problem. You can use Alt and then simulation. Oh, sorry, universe. Alt, universe, and then go to. I added that in.
That's what I was looking for, because it all changed after you did this little menu.
And Luna. Yeah,
there we go. I was trying to middle click them before, and they weren't.
Yeah. So yeah, at the moment it's all custom, and we'll go for that as far as we need to, and then on top of that we will change it if needed. But this was a good example that how the terrain works with these spherical billboards. Of approaching the problem from first principles. And actually, we've been talking with Lynx, who's here, who's just started looking at how we prettyify this a bit. Yeah, but actually, before I get distracted, which I tend to do, Stefan, is there anything you wanted to say about our approach to physics?
Yeah, I think like you said, everything here is all hand implemented right now, and there's really not a reason not to for the kind of stuff we're doing yet. I think the open questions, I think, on us to figure out what the most appropriate way to solve them are for collision, and then for sort of like soft, like flexible bodies for however we want. That's a whole discussion that has to be had about if we want to do that and how we want to do that. And those may end up using some kind of library stuff. Although I have a bunch of thoughts on how we might not be able to do that. But really, we just want to choose the most effective thing. So if that's a tool off the shelf, we'll take it. If it's a writing our own thing, we'll take it. No decisions have been made so far, but we're open to not using anything if we don't need to, I would say.
Yeah, so one thing that's in my head is we might end up using Jolt or something for imposters. So when your camera is real close there and you've got your little kittens floating around, or they drop a tool and we want the tool to bounce into something, we might use imposters there, where basically we have Jolt and we use it as like a physics solver to do very detailed collision. Think of it about like a ballet. I remember going to watch a ballet once, and I noticed the guys were walking around picking up the girls, and it was all just very weird. And so if you think about Jolt as being like that, we use Jolt to pick up objects and move them around because we want a very specialized use case. Whereas most of what we're doing, we can layer in ourselves into the simulation, which means then we can clip that in exactly where we want it and have full control. So maybe actually, Jamie, if you go around the rocket and then if you go to the rocket and then you can use the alt, if you we need to untrain Jamie from the rocket, and then if you push C. Yeah, and then if you use if you get it doing a rotation and then time warp, it'll just show people if you like push your WASD or whatever.
You can speed it up a couple ticks to make it go faster.
And then increase the simulation. So you bunch it up
rotation,
heaps.
man.
So you'll see basically it's really smooth. It's beautifully smooth because it's completely coupled in ourselves. So if we went to the code, you can see where it is. We can pass in different delta steps. So we don't have to make any concessions there at all, like zero. There's no it's sort of hard to explain how important that is at layering that in.
Good stuff, man.
Yeah, I guess if you just wanted to add I guess a bit of a, like, if you're familiar with Unity, like a bit of an analog here, like so far, like we've got completely like custom and deterministic kinematics. So kinematics in the sense of like velocity, angular momentum, stuff like that, like and so that's already like half of a physics engine, I would say. The other half is collisions. And I think when you say like imposters, like in Jolt and stuff like that, it's the Unity analog of that would be collision meshes, and to some degree like the physics scene in a way. But the key thing is that in a game like this, like the physics scene is extremely sparse, right? You have your own ship and maybe like the few objects around it that have been jettisoned or that you run into, or maybe a nearby other ship, but like it's not the same as a game where you have like, I don't know, a pile of stacked building blocks in a rickety pile of rigid bodies, right? That's usually not something you see in KSB or KitHack or KSA, and so basically the kinematics part is something that in KSP we trusted physics to do. We had to like do a number of tricks and shenanigans to keep it healthy. But yeah, sorry, when you have dachshunds, it's just part of life. But yeah.
Maybe you keep streaming because it's fun to have going on in the background doing stuff. I'll see if I can run through a few more of these questions. Feel free to keep posting the questions in here, folks. Liam is pulling those questions through. There's actually not too many there. We should definitely make sure Liam, Dylan, Simon, and that keep pulling them out of the chat and chuck them in the thing. Someone asked, will it be Mac OS support? And if so, what would be the spec requirement? So our brutal team, some of the team members actually use Macs. So by default, we have to support Mac, so the game has to be able to run in Mac so that they can continue to do their dev work. That doesn't mean to say, though, that we'd ship a Mac build. What we've tended to find is that supporting other builds increases our build time and all stuff like that. And then when we put out a build for that, we need to make sure that it works for it. It's other platforms is definitely something we can do. It's really more a question of how well a game does revenue-wise, how whether we can support different platforms, because they're usually percentage points on, say, PC, at least for us. So that means that we yeah, it really comes down to how well it does. So with our game Stationeers, same thing. It's like a lot of people are like, oh, it'd be great if you did Linux or Mac, but it's really a question of how much it sells. Icarus, we actually found a company to do a console port, basically because Icarus sold well enough on PC that it made sense to do it on console. So I think the same thing applies for Mac OS. Another question from Benji. Will there be advanced orbit info, different reference frames, A and D and nodes targeting celestial objects? I feel it's been kind of mostly answered, but I don't know whether Jamie or Stefan wanted to cover any more on that.
Like this.
Hey, Dak.
Ascending node.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
Target and the sphere of influence of the target is being displayed here. Yep.
Nice.
I mean, there's heaps we can add, right?
There's heaps of stuff.
And MGUI, I mean, I love MGUI, and I don't want to turn this into me, an MGUI cult. But yeah, you know, there's a lot we can.
That actually reminds me. I've just written down. There's a whole bunch of stuff around setting the target.
Well, sign me up for the MGUI cult, by the way.
I need to add that.
Well, it makes it easy to move stuff around. That's one thing I really like. Was there anything anyone wanted to add on that one?
Just quickly on the reference frame stuff, I think the answer is yes. We have like a ton of ability to display stuff in different reference frames, and we'll continue to add those. I hear you just showing the attitude, but I think one thing that I personally am very find that was always a thing I wish I had in KSP was the ability to see your trajectory relative to the surface of a planet. So like if you're planning on, for example, going from the moon back to the Earth, and you want to see exactly where you'll splash down, it was a little bit hard to do, but we should be able to do that very easily. So just say like click the button that says like show me relative to the surface of the Earth rather than the center of the Earth, and we should be able to see where your trajectory hits. Stuff like that I think we can do pretty easily, and it'll be great little additions.
I just realised I've hit my time bug, Stefan.
Duodex says we've seen some pretty graphics and nice performance and everything, but at least so far, hold on, my screen is being a bit weird. At least so far, the physics engine has only been working with a single little CSM module. Do you have plans for KSP style per part calculations or per vessel calculations? I think probably. So I mean, when you think about how physics works in general, and I guess, you know, physics is one of those things where people have tended to equate physics with physics, or the various SDKs that are used for stuff, because of that's how common it is in the game. But what we try and do is we try and break all of the parts down into their component, all the problems down into their component parts, and then solve those problems based on the best in class or from first principles, how we want to approach it. So I think what a lot of people are getting confused about is they say, oh, we're just doing a rendering or whatever of the CSM, but that's not really true. We're dealing with the Kepler and Newtonian solvers for the vessel as we would, and there's really not a lot of difference if there was heaps of parts on that vessel or not. Like Stefan, I think you were saying, so you've already got a rudimentary fuel thing in there, for example, in mass. You sort of had to, right?
Yeah, definitely. I would say like right now the CSM is in KSP terms basically a single part, but it's the the calculations that we do are not going to be that different for multiple parts. So right now, the CSM it has mass properties like it has a mass, it has a propellant mass, it has the moments of inertia. All the thrusters fire from the correct positions and have individual forces and everything. So there's tons of the real stuff going on. You'll have to sort of do a bunch of summed up calculations for all the different parts. Obviously, when you end up having a multi-part rocket, which of course we will, but yeah, like I think 100% we will be doing all that stuff, and it's not like we have to throw what we've just done away when we go to multiple parts. So this is the base, and it will integrate more and more complexity on top of it.
Yeah, so this is per vessel calculations already, and then it's not hard for us to pass anything off or wrap in per part stuff as well. So parts, will definitely be able to call various different things at different times in the frame or different events and stuff like
Manned
that.
service module. That's gonna.
And,
There's actually 4 ships here at the moment that I've got in the game. All being simulated. Yeah, I think people are are thinking too much about how KSP did part physics and using PhysX and using joints and multiple rigid bodies. I don't know that that's the road we're going to take. We will end up with our own idea on how to do that, I think, because we're not constrained by Unity's physics.
Yeah, I think one thing that I can. Yeah, no, I think the one thing I can add there is, if one thing I learned is that like having a bunch of parts in the vehicle is not by any means necessarily tied in with the idea of having each part be its own rigid body. So they can all be components of a single rigid body vehicle until something breaks off or you jettison something. So you don't need to have each part be modeled as its own rigid body with physics joints connecting them together. That's that was the solution that KSP had because it was the quickest way to get there at first. And it became something that we battled with for the duration of the project because it was it was an overly simplistic solution that gave us very little control. And even in KitHack, I already didn't do that. So KitHack doesn't have wobbly physics anymore because we don't do the joints. We have an internal stress simulation that's separate. So we know now that that's definitely possible to do. And yeah, so you shouldn't think of parts in the vehicle as being their own rigid bodies and connected to the rest of the vehicle by joints. It's something that can be definitely worked differently.
You guys understand what that means, right?
Smashed that one.
Part count won't
Next
be an
one,
issue.
will the
That's what that
in-game
means.
solar system be our solar system with Earth, Mars, etc., or would there be a fictional system like Kerbal? So one of the things we really want to do, or at least I really want to do, is try and involve experts from the community. So I mean, there's a few people joining the dev team already, super skilled from the community. My current suggestion to the dev team is that later on, once we've got the alpha build available and we see if we can fund the game just on contributions, then we could actually go to the community and put out a proposal, same with a bunch of different things, and say, design us a solar system that's Earth-like, but because I'm sure I don't need to tell anybody in the KSP community, the quality of some of the planet and system mods is just incredible. I mean, the quality of a number of the mods is just insanely good. So that's the current plan. One of the reasons that we use the solar system is just because there's a lot of ready access data, and I really wanted to make sure that mods like RSS would be supported, although they will require pretty grunty PCs to run because you need a lot of textures to represent solar system objects properly.
Oh no!
So yeah, we will go out and we'll get a team to make really high quality solar system for us. And my suspicion is that the best people to do that will be hiring members of the community to do it, which is, why we've already talked to a number of really good community members. I would call them third-party developers, not modders. So like Lynx is here, I would call you a third-party developer, not a modder. I don't know if you had anything you wanted to say about some of the early looks that you've had with how we're approaching stuff.
I'll answer more questions when this
Well,
is
I mean, sure. For the record, I am like incredibly new onto the team, so I've only had a few there's a cat in front of me now. I've only had a few days to really dig in and have a good look. There's a couple things that I've already pointed out that we could improve on, and I've had a pretty good. We've got a promising proposal for what we want to do with the terrain system as well, but I can't really reveal too much on that because we're still testing that out. I've still got to implement that in game. But when it comes to the actual planets and the planetary system, I think we're aiming for a pretty solid and robust terrain system and all the bells and whistles that come with that. And then I'll be helping that team that Dean mentioned to implement whatever planets they choose to make.
I just love the Jovian moons. Sorry, I'm really
found a moon eclipse and I'm just hypnotized. Yeah.
I'm trying to smash through all the questions too because there's a lot of really good questions. So hopefully we're not covering them too quickly.
That's Io, by the way, that's casting his shadow on Jupiter.
That's actually a really interesting thing because it highlights what's really cool with Brutal. So that's not a shadow in the traditional sense.
Right, yeah.
That data is added as a uniform that's available to every shader. And so it was something I wanted to try with Stationaires when I was taking what was the original prototype of this with Brutal, and we thought, okay, well, we can't take on KSP2. But we were able to actually make this work. And then BlackRack was able to take that uniform and integrate it with his shaders. So it's really cool. It's like not a traditional shadow buffer. And so it's very cheap. It doesn't necessarily do it exactly as it would in real life, but just it's just a really good example of corners we can cut, I guess.
It's masking, right? The volume of late atmosphere, I guess.
Yeah, but actually just using math. There's no text, there's no text.
There's no shadow map. Like it's not mapped shadow. It's a shadow but not using the traditional shadow map techniques that Unity again restricts you to. Like you can't have shadows in Unity outside of using the built-in shadow mapped ones or rewriting all of the shaders that will possibly come in contact with it. So this is one of the really cool things about writing all of your own shaders is that it sounds kind of terrible at first that you would have to, but then you get to do stuff like this.
Insanely performant. So another good question. We've actually already answered this one, but I'll cover off on it, which was how does the game handle burning over long time warps? You mentioned Kepler is very stable at high speed, but given that physics are Newtonian while burning, I wonder if it has the same stability. Stefan, did you want to give a 10-second answer to that?
Very quick, very short answer is absolutely yes. And the reason is that we can basically sub-step. So we'll choose a stable physics time step that doesn't have to be the same as the frame rate. So when you're going at crazy high simulation speeds, you can do multiple steps during the burn to keep it all nice and stable. And we can choose different steps for different physics as well. So 100% we'll be able to do long night burns at time warp that are not going to freak out and glitch out.
So there's this is a good one that's been asked quite a lot. I still need to update the FAQ. I've been really bad about doing that. Which was, you're going to release to Steam release at some point. So one of my big aims for this project, and this is definitely a personal one for me, but I think it's shared by a few team members. I really think that it is totally possible that someone could be inspired playing this game. And some of the first people to land on other worlds could actually be inspired by games like this. I know Felipe has been humbled many times by meeting people who are like, I don't know, create rockets or something, and I first played KSP. Is that a fair
It's
statement.
insane, dude. It's absolutely surreal. There's no what I say is there's no neural pathway in the human brain to process learning that somebody like that kind of thing is happening. It's like it's unfathomable in the literal sense. Like I can't process it properly. It's absolutely surreal.
So I'm also not happy with how we make and do games in general. You know, we have games like Stationeers, which we lose money on, and it's a very long conversation about it. So I don't want to get into all the massive details. We might do a proper big write-up on it. But my belief is we should at least try to fund the game based purely off contributions, and then make the game completely free and distribute it via sort of safe torrent system or something, but certainly make it that basically people can just copy the game, so that if we go to schools and we say, hey, here's the game, they don't have to install Steam and get a whole bunch of hentai games shoved at them straight away. But the kids can also take that game home. I don't really like the idea of having an educational version, because I think that puts a barrier. I think that games are really good at inspiring people into something. And so if we can inspire a child, or even a big child like me, to get interested in space and science, that should continue at home, and it should happen regardless of anything else. I don't want to derail the conversation. I have a lot of issues with how Steam works in general, but yeah, that's the short summary for it.
Yeah, no, definitely. And I think like you're right, and totally right about the educational thing. And it's also like I will say also that an educational game, a real educational game, is a game that isn't like ostensibly educational. It's not trying to like make you learn stuff in the guise of being a game. It's a game that asks you to do something that, to be good at, you have to go off and want to learn something.
Yes.
It's a game that's kind of accidentally educational, is the best type of educational game, because you find yourself having to know this stuff if you want to get any better, or not. Like you can not learn anything and continue like not being able to do stuff like properly, but it's a game that just like drives you to like do your own research and learn about stuff, because it's the best way to get better, you know. But yeah.
Sling, that's
this is a good
that
one.
Felipe.
Is this
game
going to be?
KSP
Sorry, go ahead,
just
Jim.
said that. So
just realised we're going to
I think he understands that pretty well, dude.
The mountains sticking out.
No, that's me. It's entirely me.
Oh, it's your fault.
Did everything.
Oh.
The mountains weren't big enough, so I like increased them by heaps. And then while BlackRack was on holiday, I changed the size of a whole bunch of stuff. That's 100% my fault. Completely. Poor BlackRack goes on holiday and I just mess up all this stuff. He's so nice about it.
Boss moment.
Oh look.
Well, to be fair, I don't just do it to BlackRack. I do it to you guys as well. Is this game going to be more like KSP, where it in and of itself is a full game, but most people will probably have mods? Or is it going to be more like, and this is really funny, but like a Gmod-like game, where it's more of a bland game that is made to have mods to add all the real meat? I think I'm going to DM Gary Newman and say, dude, why did you make such a bland game? But no, it's a good question. So we're definitely making a full game. It probably seems in some ways like we're talking about mods and stuff like that a lot. Part of it is because I started modding and I became like a third-party developer and then a developer. There's a real like continual spectrum between them, and people see them as very and or. So one thing I've sort of regretted a lot about the studio is we haven't had particularly good mod support. So this game and many of our other games, we're doing sort of hard swings towards modding support. So when I talk about things being moddable and that, it's really about making sure that we give a vision to the games that I really want us to have, rather than saying we're going to make a bland kind of platform and then have the stuff on top of that. So I think it's going to be the first one. We want to make a fully fledged game. We'll pay
Nice.
community
See,
members,
Mac, we'll
like
check that
third-party
in a second.
developers. We'll bring them onto the team to best in class all the stuff we need to do, while making sure that we can fully support the even further mods, because we really want to make what I'd call forever games, where the game can massively outlast us.
Or also
Yeah.
showing the transition of the clouds there, because
And there's still, I think BlackRock still has some work to do on that. We keep
but
trying to-
I noticed when it's going really fast, it looks really weird. So I thought I'd slow it down and just show people, like, if you're going at a reasonable speed, it looks okay. It's just because I was going too quickly through the
This is a
transition.
question about Brutal, which is the framework. We try and use the word framework, not engine, for making all this, which is called Brutal. It's named Brutal very deliberately because it is a bit brutal to use. It's designed to be very deliberate, so you can't accidentally render anything. What we did, the simplest way I'd describe it, is we took Vulkan and we mapped it directly to C#. And I believe we have probably the most complete mapping of Vulkan to C# directly. There's no real stuff in the way. We also focused very heavily on what's called an interop layer. So how, say, a C++ library talks to C# for memory and performance benefits. And, we grabbed the latest versions of C#. I think we're already talking about .NET 10. So we get to introduce a lot of stuff very quickly there. So will we open source it or release it later down the line? Spicy opinion time. I like open source, but I do think that a lot of things happen when you have one or a couple of sort of pig-headed people drive something forward. I'm also a big fan of that Henry Ford quote, "You can have any color you want as long as it's black." So
Ford mentioned.
one of the reasons I think we've
Ford mentioned.
achieved a lot with Brutal so far is we pushed kind of to a singular aim around performance and stability. So we sort of swat away a lot of things in the name of that sort of singular aim, which gives the team the Brutal team a very focused direction to go. I personally think that if we made Brutal paid for, we will end up, whatever you do there, it would end up the same as Unity Unreal, and I'm not personally happy with either of them for various different reasons. So I don't quite know how to do that, but that's one of the things I want to figure out how to do it, if that makes sense. Sorry, I'm trying to smash through these questions. Any chance I could get a peek at the spherical billboarding in wireframe mode? Do you want to do that, Jamie? Maybe go to the moon. Is probably the easiest way to check it out. So if you do that, and then you go to the moon.
Should be able to, spoiled, yeah.
Or if you want to stream it, Dean. But
yeah, I can stream it.
This is Kitten Space Agency.
Because I've got to restart
it's a
it.
spaceflight
Watch
game
me
that
get
Rocket, a company
watch me
called
get
Rocketworks
massively
is working on.
distracted.
It looks goodish. Oh,
every time I stream, I'll see something and then get distracted.
I just saw a question about integrators fly by. I'll just answer quickly. The current integrator is not symplectic. It's an explicit Runge code integrator at the moment, but there's very little stopping us from changing it. It's just the one I chose for the day because it's easy.
So if I turn off spherical billboarding, so now the sphere is not rotated towards us. So basically when we start the game, we make procedurally, we make a bunch of spheres, and they're defined in data. So that means that modders can, or third-party developers can make their own libraries, and each celestial can be bound to different batches of these. And so that gives you a lot of flexibility. And then these spheres get deformed based on a height map texture, and then they get rotated towards the camera. So it's kind of like a billboard, like that you'd normally use, but using a sphere. It was actually a pretty complicated problem to deal with. I've turned off the billboarding here so that it's not getting rotated, but you can see as you're zooming in, it's starting to condense the the density in different
See how
ways.
it
It's
gets higher
incredibly
resolution when you
powerful
get
and
close.
incredibly performant.
Hey, Airborne.
Yeah, and actually a lot of the idea of this was by watching Felipe's Unite presentation about how terrain was approached, but then trying to really approach that problem from first principles. So really starting at that ground level and saying, what are you going to do? Simon, you're there, right?
Yeah. Well, I just wanted to add, so when you said it's defined in data, just to clarify, that doesn't mean it's
All of
like
them.
a reference defined in data to these meshes. The meshes are, you define what attributes you want it to have, and it's generated when you launch the game, correct?
Yes.
So it's I just cut myself. But yeah, I mean, it was a cool
Simon?
process to, I don't know, when we first started doing this part of it, like this is one of the first things we ended up doing. Like Dean said, just taking a
You'd say that,
first
Airborne?
principles approach. Like we didn't really, like, you know, we had watched Felipe's video a number of times. You know, I'd watched a few things in the past about a few things in the past about like how you tackle this problem. Like before we even started this, I looked into this a lot. But when we actually went to do this,
Pretty good, Dino.
it was me and Ryan just went and stood at a whiteboard and just started, I don't know, throwing around like kind of off the wall ideas on how you might, how we might want to approach it without sort of any external references, and this is what we came up with, and then we tried it out and compared it against other things, and that's sort of and we did end up doing this. It seemed like a kind of a crazy idea, and it did have a lot of problems that we had to solve, hard problems. But
yeah,
that's
the
where
billboarding was very challenging.
Very
because
difficult.
of gimbal lock and stuff like that, trying to get something to consistently face. But
that's
we
tough
threw
to
that
do.
onto some of the brutal team members, and they suffered through it.
We came up with difficult ideas, and then other smart people solved
This
it.
implementation is very similar to the first implementation of KSP terrain,
Spotify.
where before we had the quad tree subdivisions, we had a disk of mesh where like the concentration of vertices was like increased towards the center, and it was just set up to like follow you over the surface of the terrain, but always stay under like the where the view was, but masking the terrain. And in the KSP case, it was super simple, and it would just like follow you. And if you looked like in the distance, you would see like the terrain swimming, as it's called, like as the vertices landed on different parts of the height field. And you guys had to you managed to quantize it so it actually follows you, but it snaps, so that you don't see the swimming.
So you do get a bit of it, but part of that is because at the moment, the data we're using to generate these spheres was designed for KSP scaled worlds, not the other ones. If I stream...
And just a note on that, so the it's not just quantizing, it was also, we had to think hard about, and there's no exact solution, like that's, to be clear, there's no exact solution, but we had to think very hard about like how we lay out the vertices. So how that mesh is created and how the vertices are laid out is done in a way that makes it as possible to have as little
self-aligning, right? Yeah,
that's right. Yeah. So you snap it by
That's
some
wild,
modulo
dude.
thing, but also trying to, if there is swimming, have it in places where it's not as noticeable and stuff. It's
it's not easy. It doesn't sound easy at all.
On an immediate mode basis, so every frame when we're rendering, we go and we grab the LOD mesh for that celestial. So different, at the moment we have only one mesh collection, but basically modders can, I say modders, but it's really developers, third-party developers on modders can go through and do kind of whatever they want.
Yeah, Dean, I've seen a lot of people asking the same question. Do you want to quickly show them the TOML, that's not the TOML, the config file for a planet, so they understand? Because I see a lot of people asking, how do we create a planet?
Yeah, so where's a good planet? what was it? Someone was like, all my homies like Sedna here. So we try and have a really good data approach, and I still mod a lot of games, and we've tended to pull a bunch of approaches from Space Engineers, Paradox Games, RimWorld, a whole bunch of games together. So you can see here, this is a terrestrial body planet. You can actually enter this semi-major axis or any distances using kilometers or AU. You can combine them together or however you want. Yeah, so this is kind of our data standard of how we do stuff, and we'll obviously put a lot of detail on this publicly as we get towards release. One of the reasons we haven't sort of published the SDK of how to do all this yet is we're still changing it a lot as we go through. You can see I put a rudimentary system in here for, these are called locations, which will be pulled out later on. So there's like landmarks and mountains. This is all just test data to make sure everything's working. But yeah, we want to get just a really good layer in there for that stuff. Someone else can stream while we're talking if they want to show off cool stuff.
I'm streaming right now. Does that help?
If it switches between Rails and Newtonian physics, does that mean there will not be in-body simulation? So we were talking with someone very knowledgeable in this, and Stefan, you were saying it still remains possible that we could do that if we wanted, correct?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Yeah, it's not a no. It's just not where we're pushing towards at the moment. And yeah, but there's nothing necessarily in the way of it. That might come down to, again, how much we raise through contributions and who we can assign to it and stuff like that. And you also said that even if we didn't do in-body, I mean, obviously that leaves room for modders too, but there is a possible sort of half solutions for us to do.
Yeah. We could do three bodies or something like that.
I think that end body is widely like it's a term that is widely just thrown around in the KSP community to mean like Lagrange points, which are really the interesting bit you get out of end body integration.
Exactly.
And yeah, I mean the rest of it, like in actual gameplay terms, is from experience noise. Like you're flying an interplanetary flight and everything is going according to plan, and you just see that your orbit is randomly drifting. Like if you don't know exactly which gravity influences are pulling you in which way, it just feels like it's just a bit annoying in terms of gameplay because you just
I was about to say exactly what you. Yeah, exactly what Felipe's saying. He just stole it. I was about to say, be careful what you ask for. So, end body, you have to think of it from a the 80% of players' perspective. It's like it will just be an annoying feature to a lot of players. Right?
Stefan, do you want to stream while we're talking so people have something to look at?
I think what people are asking for is Lagrange points, just like you said, Felipe, and that we don't have to implement full end body physics to have them. So, yeah.
Dylan, also, so we're supposed to be doing cake for Simon soon. Do you reckon we could delay that? Simon, are you okay with that?
Yeah.
Simon and
I just want to ask what the shipping policy on cake is so that I can get my cake too.
That's true. We'll just have to fly you back over here, Felipe.
Okay.
It's actually Simon's 5-year anniversary at the company, so Simon,
as long as there is cake, I will fly down to New Zealand for cake.
So can we get cake in chat for Simon, who's a fantastic project lead and programmer? But we probably wouldn't even have KSA if it wasn't for the work that Simon did initially.
I'm certainly hoping an Uber's going to rock up with a piece of cake for me in a second. In an Uber? No? No cake?
We'll see if we can smash through some more of these questions. That's a really cinematic shot there, Stefan. You can push F2 as well if you want to toggle the UI quickly on and off.
I can't navigate.
That's true. You didn't have to do that. It was more just in case you didn't know. Are the cloud logs accurate to the volumetric clouds? Yes, they are. It uses a texture layer. I know that BlackRock has a lot of plans, as I'm sure you understand, of things that he wants to do there. So you'll see a lot more dynamic stuff and weather type stuff coming later on. Will the game be DRM free? Yes. The idea is that if you have two kids who are, well, one kid who's playing the game and they're telling their friend about the game, then we want that person to be able to just copy the game or give them a USB with it on. I'd really love for us to make an actual like box set with a USB and a couple of books in it, one science book and maybe a small story book that's written by a science fiction author or something. And I just think it would be really cool if that's something a kid doesn't need connected to the internet and they can just take home. I really, really, really strongly think education is really good at teaching people stuff, but video games like this can really inspire kids and bigger kids as well. And I think that being take-homeable is really important.
Chef's kiss.
I am a software engineer working on a low-level scientific software, and I and many other former KSP fans similar to me would love to contribute. Is there any intention to make some or all the project open source? I kind of covered that before. Not really. We tend to like to bring people in, partially because I really try and drive projects forward. I think if if there's going to be something written on my headstone, I hope it's get stuff done. The stuff replaced with another S word. And so we try and really push things forward. And I think having an internal team that's well resourced and fairly paid, I think is kind of important. But people do give us suggestions sometimes. We've had stuff pass through that get integrated all the time. Sorry guys, I'm trying to smash through these questions as quick as possible. How does the camera-centric rendering actually work? As in, how do you handle the high precision simulation? Okay, so this is a little bit my idea. So my idea was the camera is always at 0,0, and because I'm really lazy, I just wanted to push the imprecision out to infinity. So if the camera's always at 0,0 and our simulation is always done with doubles, which it is, we actually, the enterprise team wrote us a special version of system.numerics that's powered based on doubles, so that's super handy.
Did you hear that? No more float point problems.
And that means we don't have to do a bunch of translation and stuff like that. So there are some changes that we're making. So we are bringing in a near and far camera. If Stefan actually zooms in a bit, you'll see some clipping. It's surprising how well it works. Like, it's worked way better than I expected. We will be layering in a near camera to handle the nearest 50 meters or whatever, but realistically that's more modest change. We don't have to do any reinterpretation or that. So yeah, the camera centric rendering is really, everything is relative to everything else. I believe that introducing scenes into game development has been a terrible price paid. So there's no scene in KSA, there's no common reference. Everything is only referenced based on everything else, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, the camera-centric reference is the correct way to do it. The way KSP did floating origin, with the floating origin moving as you got far away from the origin, and then the Kraken's bane that did that to absorb the velocity, that was all to get around limitations imposed by Unity and physics themselves, which forced you to work in single precision. So you had to do that kind of thing just to get around it, and it's like not having to deal with those things. You can just do it the simplest possible way, which is just to keep the camera at the origin, and everything else floats in relation to the camera by definition, right?
Right.
In the interest
And,
of sorry, go ahead.
And it's all double. So I think in the last stream I even went out on a limb and said there won't be a Kraken. Well, no, we haven't got one yet. I don't think, even when we bring in more physics.
Don't you say that.
Because we're doubles because of the way we're working. It's
dare say.
And everything's
Bold
relative
statements.
to everything else.
Bold statements. I like bold statements, right?
I think a lot of people get hung up on the unit you're using to refer to something, but that unit matters in terms of what it's relative to. So if you're using a double to describe something that's relative to, say, the sun, that's fine as long as you're within a vaguely solar system value. You can still use that relative to something else as long as your sort of chain of relative has the correct precision. I also think you don't solve precision problems by making everything massive precision. That causes you problems with multiplayer and memory and serialization and a whole bunch of stuff.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm going to jump forward in some of the questions, so because in our system, some of the team had put up thingies, so we'll have to tick these off. Someone said, will there be scripting like the KOS mod and KSP or the IC scripting in Stationers? Absolutely. So I'm a massive fan of KOS, a huge fan of it. I want to do that. I want to make sure what we do doesn't stomp there being awesome mods like KOS. So we'll layer stuff in, and then people can make their own sort of compilers and add their own languages to the game.
Nothing right now, Stuart.
So when we add these kind of features, I don't want them to extinguish the amazing creativity of the community, if that makes sense. So yeah. We'll add in definitely that kind of stuff. That'll work in really well with Stefan's work, with the fact that physics can happen even if you're not looking at the vehicle. You could be miles away. You could have a KOS script that's timing a burn at a specific time and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I'm excited about the ability to basically have, like, the one thing that I think we should do is have the ability for people's scripts to run on the physics timeline, not just on the frame timeline. Exactly.
Exactly. What I am interested in is the tools that will make mods or help make them. Can we expect anything like that, like mod tools? Yes, although I do think the best people to do a lot of modding tools is actually the community. So we should build the data structures and stuff like that. I think it's bad if a lot of stuff gets reliant on developer tools. Look at space engineers and stuff like that. Like when I run a space engineer server, I was using community generated tools to run it. So I think that we should, if we're making these for what I call forever games, we should set everything up so that things can be clipped in and out. This is another reason why I don't like Steam. Sure, you implement Steam's API, but if Steam goes down, the whole API gets broken and it's very difficult to clip something else in its place. So I want to make sure that KSA can outlive me, can outlive the studio, and stuff like that. So I think, yes, we'll make tools to do different things, but those tools should be able to be replaced once the studio and me and everyone else is dead. That got a bit dark, but... will there be radio... Oh, wait. I'll go to the next one. On a multi-monitor setup, will it be possible to have different menus screens on different monitors, like a map view on one? We don't have it 100% in yes, but yes. That's actually something explicitly that we've done early versions of with Brutal. Brutal can actually open multiple application windows. You won't be able to have MGUI spread across two windows. So like that one window will have to be in one window or another. Sorry, one.
I'm sorry,
my gosh,
Emma.
my terminology is getting wrong. Say that statistics widget in the top left there of Stefan, that would have to be on one application window, not half on one and half on another, if that makes sense. You could have it on both of them, but you couldn't have half and half. So that will be really cool for if people want to build simulators and all of stuff like that. You'll actually see that fairly soon. I don't know if Chris is here. He's looked at it before. Is Chris here? No, he's hiding somewhere.
What engine is this running on? Brutal. It's a custom built engine.
How expensive is KSA to develop? Very expensive. Actually, I think it's our second largest expensive project at the studio at the moment. Is that correct, Dylan? Can you remember? I remember Steven saying something like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, we are largely funding. I just think it's really important. This is why I haven't liked to go in and shell a whole bunch of stuff. I think the idea is to try and deliver on my aim to try and make the game completely free and try different stuff. I do think that we shouldn't be asking for community contributions until we have an actual build playable. There's just been too much that's gone wrong in these spaces. Definitely, I would say please support developers you like, especially developers like Felipe. who doesn't get enough credit in the industry. Hopefully we get good ways of people able to support those people directly. That includes third-party developers like Lynx and BlackRack, and it includes content creators. It's extremely difficult in this environment here. You get a lot of big companies getting a lot of money. It's very hard for those content creators, Shadow Zone, EJ, stuff like that. So you really do, I know, like and subscribe is super important. And if we want to make a good community going forward, we really need independent voices like EJ, Shadow Zone, all the other content creators, and independent third-party developers who will live long after the studio and me. It got dark again.
I'm gonna live on after the studio.
After we do the community funding, I also want to increase some of our compensation for some of our team members a bit too. I think we do pay reasonably well, but I think for games like this, I think we want to do even better. Someone said, how can we support
a good buddy
you?
Of mine, Ruin.
I guess that kind of matches in with that. I definitely think this project succeeds if we try new stuff. So have an open mind, be skeptical. The proof is not in the pudding, but in the eating. I think support, and we want independent voices. That's important. If you think about DayZ mod, how it was really good, it was the development team being honest about where the project's at, being honest about what we will and won't do and why, and then supporting those content creators. And then, look, if you do like what we're doing when we do the alpha, help us try and do this contribution model. Did anyone else have anything to add? This has just been a massive Dean rant.
No, it is. Sorry. Go.
I was going to say, everyone, tell your friends about it. Get them in the Discord. Anyone who you think might be interested in this.
I'm telling my friends
connections
about
are
it.
really, really valuable. So
I'm
if you have
doing my
people who you
part.
go, they're going to love this. Get them along to the next one of these so they can ask their questions too.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Spread the word. That's probably the way you can best help us at the moment.
And support third-party developers, support content creators. I really can't stress that enough. And then support developers like Felipe and us, I think too. But I think Felipe's we're bringing Felipe in, hopefully under our wing, making Brutal available to Felipe, and we want to support Felipe in his next games as well. Definitely check out Kit Hack. But the more you can directly support these developers, the better. Maybe we should introduce Felipe Harvester, the creator of KSP. Someone just added me saying, "Who's Felipe?"
I saw that too. Like, is that maybe not clear? Yeah. Yeah, that's me.
There's a lot of lols now. What's the next goal currently? Actually, that was when I knew that I'd really like Stefan, when he joined our first steering group and was basically like, "What's your milestones?" So we do a weekly steering group. They're a little bit more obvious once the products come out because things become a bit easier. So we're still heading towards our like a dual milestone. So we have like Universe Simulator and kind of Yeet Around the Solar System Simulator. So we were trying to do, okay, you can go anywhere in the solar system and look at stuff and things like that. That we've done. That milestone is complete, and we're just trying to make it look prettier. And the milestone we're really focused on now has been what Jamie and Stefan have been focused on, which is the physics side of it. I think the next area for that, beyond that, I don't think this is controversial, but we haven't really confirmed it in the steering group, as parts. And that will actually start with a part builder, which is not a ship builder, but actually allowing you to build the parts using very heavily, basically pulling out our instanced rendering. So it's really more about rendering. And that will lead into our vehicle builder, which I think we will lean heavily on Harvester Felipe, who's I think one of the most knowledgeable in the industry about how to do that. But before we do that, we want to get the part building, how you actually construct the sub parts first, and that will just allow us to sort of dip our feet into it.
Yeah, that's a really cool idea. Like being able to construct the parts themselves, like it would construct like it reminds me like of a really old, like I'm old. Okay, so this was one of the first things that I've seen like in all of games. But I remember getting SimCity 2000 was one of the first games I got, and I got the special edition CD-ROM, and it came with. Sorry about the barking. It's just But anyway. So I got the SimCity 2000 on a CD-ROM, like one of the first games I ever got, and it came with something called Skirk, called the SimCity Urban Renewal Kit, and it was a tool that let you make your own buildings. Sorry.
I remember this tool. That's crazy.
Right? And you could paint your own like tiles for custom buildings.
Did anyone else want to do any questions that we've posted in the chat that haven't been answered?
I was just going to add, I had commented in the chat before, we have saved out a bunch of those questions, so I think even the ones that we haven't been able to address in this time, we'll go back through and update the FAQ and try and make sure there's a documented answer for.
Did we want to bring in, and this might be super inappropriate, did Shadowzone or EJ or anyone else from the Veterans channel, did you guys want to come in and ask us questions or anything like that? Because they might have a more specific focus.
Give me 1 second.
Or something. If you just at us, or they can request, right? I haven't used these stages before.
I mean, dude, all my questions are answered. What would you want me to ask?
That's all changed.
Permissions.
How do I do this? Here we go. So I think, do they put their hand up or something? Is that how it works?
I think they need permissions to. Hold on, I'm just checking.
You can right-click on them and invite them to speak. If you right-click on,
here we go. Shadowzone.
Yeah, I was at Shadowzone now.
Speak. Oh well, yeah. I didn't want to throw them in unless they want to.
Okay, yeah. They're just on an invite. They want to accept it, yeah.
And EJ, welcome as well. Just any questions. Again, kind of like I posted in the announcement, I really have this belief that a pilot should always be told the condition of their aircraft, so we're happy to take questions pretty much about anything. There was a lot of really good questions we've pushed through too, just in the interest of time. I don't know, have we added the people?
I did see in Shadowzone's Discord, he said that it was out of his time zone, so I don't know if he's going to be...
True, yes.
He might be too far in the future or the past
does have his
to be
hand
here.
up now, actually, in the audience. So someone who's got permissions wanted to add him, and he's got his hand up. I think he's requesting.
I did invite.
He's got an invite there. EJ's in, but he's probably panicked trying to work out his microphone settings based off his face on the stream.
That's not true at all, man.
Okay.
So yeah, I open for you guys, and again, you don't have to
do me like
ask
that?
questions if you don't want. I didn't want to put anybody on the spot. Did we lose EJ?
No, I'm here.
Oh no, you're here.
Dude, you guys covered a lot of ground. I'm just trying to collect. I'm collecting my thoughts over here, which is why I'm quiet. Just give me a moment.
There is one question here while he figures out what he wants to ask. Will there be anything like Mohole in KSA? Do you even know what Mohole was?
Yeah.
I know Mohole.
The bug
they
that
already
evolved.
talked about that, Baron.
Planets. I think, look, there's so many people that know so many awesome things. Just if you look at a bunch of the community mods, that's why many of the mods I don't consider to be mods. I consider them to be add-ons. They're essentially like a third-party developer doing amazing work, which is why we've gone to developers like BlackRack and Lynx and that to say, hey, you've done all this work in this area, over a decade in some cases. Can we, hire you and get your support on the project? Lynx, you're connected to a lot of the community members and actually have recommended some people we talked to team-wise. Did you want to address the question around Moho?
gonna ask about aerodynamics.
I think the question was about the Mo hole specifically, the
mapping bug around the pole, right?
the anomaly at
yeah.
the North Pole.
Sorry, this is so outside of my wheelhouse. I definitely said it wrong.
That was a very diplomatic way of saying that
I like
I'm
that
an
too.
idiot and
Apologies.
can't listen.
So
Well, you started, so you can address it.
what, me? Oh, I've got to address it now. Fair enough. Well, so it's caused by the UVs for the planet wrapping around to the South Pole, and the South Pole and North Pole are so differently. They've got such different altitudes that it causes that big difference. But because I'm going to be heavily involved with the terrain, we'll see what we can do about like Easter eggs like that. I'm sure we'll be able to put some in.
Sure, we'll be able to do something. Not committing to anything, but yeah.
Yeah.
I know how much people love caves and holes to hide in, so I'm sure we'll be able to figure something out.
All right, hey, Dean, I got something I think that wasn't covered here. A lot of folks have been asking over on the Twitch side of things, like and what you guys got here looks amazing, by the way. Like, I don't mean to blow smoke up your tail like publicly, right? But it looks really good. What's the plan with like Aero and stuff like that, and then launch sites? What do you guys have a roadmap for that at all?
We haven't had a roadmap. There's a lot of opinions there. We had some early discussions from it. I'm a massive fan of data, like doing stuff in data. So we're trying to, that you saw the early location work. I want to see you be able to even place your own launch sites and stuff like that and actually have a lot more agency from it. I'm also a massive fan personally of aeronautics. And actually that was something we talked about with you early on, Stefan, right? Like, and I think you're very keen on looking at that as well. So we want like the aeronautics phase and in general to be a massive part of the game leading up to getting things in space. Did you want to speak to any of that, Stefan?
Yeah, definitely. I think I'm, as Dean said, we talked about it early on, and I'm a huge aerodynamics, like computational aerodynamics nerd. Not that I'm a professional, just as someone who's been around those people and really enjoyed learning about it. So I'm really excited to do some cool stuff with aerodynamics. That I think will be a little bit different from what you normally get from games, and hopefully we'll get some pretty cool plane stuff going on, and particularly reentry stuff is where I really like it. I like seeing very exciting aerodynamic reentries, so we'll try and get all that stuff in.
Yeah, let's see where we go. Like, I know people are going to go, oh, we want Ferrum Aerospace and all those other cool mods from KSP. Look, we're starting from first principles on everything, so we sort of look at it and go, well, what does that give us? What kind of gameplay will that present? Is that best left for a mod, and so on?
I definitely see aeronautics as being a really important part of progression. I like the RP1 mods and stuff like that. I really like that sense of progression. I'm
a real RSS nerd myself, and I really like the idea of, you start off by sending unmanned pods before you send actual characters, whatever they happen to be, green men or normal people or kittens, who knows? But
I also really want us to show off all the different people involved. So, it's not just Jeb and the crew and the capsule, but the scientists, the engineers, all that kind of stuff behind it. So that's something I'm pretty big on.
Actually, something that you and I, Dean, have talked about right back at the start that I think we're pretty keen on is like actually having more of a connection with the characters. So not just having those four heroes, but characters have to
started. Yeah.
Character. I'm going to start you now. I'm going to start him now. Characters 100%. Have to have training, right? They have to be trained. They have to. They get rewards. They get awards
badges,
given to them,
stuff like that.
Yeah.
One of my favorite mods for KSP is actually it's called Final Frontier, which is a ribbon-based thing, and very big on it. So I know we got off topic a bit here, but I think EJ, I think a lot of it relates to progression, that aeronautics is such an important part of the history. So my favorite sort of vehicle at all ever is X-15. So and that feeling, I'm getting little goosebumps now. So one of our key pillars is wonder, right? But that feeling of doing a suborbital space flight and the lead up to that through aircraft, I think is going to be vital. When I play KSP, I do little missions where I send my Kerbals to the North Pole, and I set up a little base to test out all my progression and stuff like that. I see that as being crucial. Hopefully, you'll actually see some of that pretty soon. If Stefan, he's so lazy, he's not. But yeah,
Hey, Dean, I actually have one more question. I'm obligated to ask this question just because of how I play KSP. But what about ground surface equipment? Any plans for anything like that?
I was literally just to talk about how when you are building stuff, you're moving stuff around. So that's we want to have you to have quite a bit of agency over how. So we've talked a bit about progression. Of you kind of getting to scope your space agency and how you want it to grow, maybe by the kind of deals you do. So you might say, be able to, accept commercial goals or accept goals from governments about how you want your space program to grow. But then also the agency that you have over where your launch sites are, how you move stuff around. Part of that is about why we try and move so much stuff onto a thread and why we try not to have external APIs like physics and that doing everything, so we can really slot stuff in. And actually, I think similar to how we're splitting out parts from being this thing that's hard-coded. So one of the first things we're doing is having a part editor, which actually allows you to make parts. I don't think that's a feature that will be used by every player, but I could see someone like you on stream going in and actually making your own part standard and maybe having fuel connectors that connect at a different line compared to, say, the part thing, to build these specialty parts that do specifically what you want, in the same way as you build vehicles to assemble your vehicles and stuff like that. I've probably butchered that answer a bit, but that's definitely a focus of how we're trying to build this. I don't think we expect that every player will engage with it, but there's actually often a bit of a union of it becomes easier for us to author and render content if we split this stuff out.
Cool, man.
That was a rambly answer.
No, dude, I am here for it. I don't know about anybody else here. We're here for it, man. Everybody's here because we're all space nerds. It's totally fine. Please rant more.
I think there is a definite union between the complexity of tools and authoring, or agency, rather than complexity, I'll say agency around tools and authoring to do various things, and simplicity at the data level, and that's what we've tried to stick heavily towards.
Cool.
Did anyone else?
Dean, one more thing.
You're right.
Oh, yeah.
My chat's bugging me about boats and buoyancy, dude. Any word on that one, guys?
Yeah, so we might actually have a new team member soon who is actually going to look at water in terms of rendering. So the studio's actually done buoyancy many times. Definitely will be a thing. And depending on who we get as team members, how far, I'll put a pun in, how deep we're able to go with that mechanic will
nice.
depend. There's actually a really cool mod for KSP that goes under the water quite a bit. That will really depend, I think, on how much we fill the team out and stuff like that. But I mean, a buoyancy of some description, 100%.
We want things to actually float and interact with the water at least. That's a minimum. Because we don't want it like another so-called game where the rocket capsule kind of just floated there and the waves totally didn't interact with it. But anyway, let's not talk about that.
I think Shadow's owned another invite, but yes, he may be asleep.
I think the hand up. Yeah. Anyway, it was I think we've probably got time for one more question, or you could maybe just round off, just saying what the team's up to at the moment. Maybe each person's team what they're working towards. That was a question earlier, and it seems like a nice way to round it out.
Do you want to start, Jamie? You're first on the list.
Cool.
I'm currently just trying to clean up that maneuver planning stuff, and And once that's done, I think, it's like working alongside with Stefan to see where he's up to, because ultimately we're trying to work towards something we can give people to start playing with. And I think we set our goal there to be like, I want to be able to land on the ground, I want to be able to fly up into space and fly through space, which we can do now. So we're just kind of missing ground collision, a bit of atmospheric physics, I think. So it'll be whatever's still required there. But then I think we're moving into parts land, I think, next. After that, I think. Dean can say yes or no on that, but I think so. Somewhere along those lines is where I'll be going.
Part editor is something we'll
we're
be
going to do that too. That's right. And we've already talked about having that as an actual in-game tool so that third-party developers, aka modders, can also build their mod parts inside the game just as we will. So the tooling we are planning to be part of the game.
Hey, real quick, when you say like a part editor, are you talking about like making fuel tanks? Or are you talking about making rocket engines? What like, or is it all encompassing?
So if you imagine, we'll make the sub parts. So if you take the Apollo service module, it has a whole bunch of little different parts, like little round fuel tanks. I mean, I really like universal storage and stuff like that. So if you think about it like that, we start off with these sub parts, and by default, we give you a game with a whole bunch of parts that we've made from sub parts ourselves. But there's nothing stopping you from then clicking a button and going through and making your own sub parts or sub part variations yourself that you can bring back in. And again, it's not something I think that every player will engage with, because most people just like to build a stack and throw it into orbit.
Yeah.
But definitely, I think that a lot of people might want to get in and build their own sub parts. So if you imagine a cylinder part is made up of a bunch of different tanks and even pipes that connect them, and then connectors that tell them how to connect to other parts. We'll build a base level of all of those, but there's nothing stopping you going in and being able to make your own versions of them. It gives us a bunch of benefits from rendering, because basically we can batch render all that stuff.
Yeah, the idea there, EJ, would be like your fuel tank. You've just got the fuselage. Fuselage is a sub part, and then you've got, the different tanks inside for the different components of your fuel, and then you connect them together to say that they mix together here and here, and then this end of the tank and this end of the tank or whatever is where I can connect a fuel hose to pass fuel from this part to another kind of thing. And that's our current idea. Yeah. So it's much different to KSP.
Would fluid management be
It's
abstracted, dude?
it's not. Sorry, yeah. So I was gonna say like it's very similar. It sounds very similar to something that GitHub has, which is the in the SDK. There's a bunch of like Unity tools for you to set up the part prefabs, right? So basically, like if you think of that as part of the game, like a more kind of like advanced player type tool in the game, you basically get to put together your own arrangement of things that the game already has, but you get to decide like how those things are connected or arranged in space, like for a certain part. So if you want like there's maybe like a little landing lag part, and you want one that's maybe like slightly longer or like swings a different way, like that kind of thing that doesn't require any functional change to happen. It's just a different configuration, right? It's something that would be part normally of a SDK tool, but like in a game like this where there's no engine to speak of, it has to be implemented, like, and it might as well be implemented into the game itself. Yeah.
But correct me if I'm wrong as well. Like even that basic leg part, maybe that's a like foundation piece that you can use in that part editor. But then you would be able to go and define a new one in XML. So outside of the part editor, you might be able to define a new base part. Well, you will be able to define a new base part just in the game data and reference a mesh and be like, cool, this is a part. And now that's now available in the parts editor as well. So, obviously it will have its limitations about like what you can say that's going to do, but that's, everything in the game will the goal is it's all data driven. So
Dudes, I got one more question. Will the part editor allow for animatable parts like robotic arms, hydraulics, landing gear, stuff like that?
Definitely, yeah.
Wouldn't be a game that EJ would play unless it had that, right?
I got to find a way to break it, Repo. You know this.
Yeah.
Yeah,
cool.
I mean, we will go pretty crazy with that, I think. I'm massively into KOS and stuff like that. I do think that you have to make some concessions. I'm not a big fan of using, say, physics for everything. That's why I want to, sometimes it's better to just translate stuff and things like that.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Haley's comment.
Okay, so that's a good cover of what JPL's up to. What are you working on at the moment, Stefan?
Sorry, guys. I hijacked.
Actually, I'll go next before Stefan
Okay,
goes.
you go. No, you go. Fine.
I'm looking at integrating terrain shadows, and I'm also working with Brutal to get our font rescaling as you select the different font levels. There was an error with how we're importing the font config pointers, and also getting terrain self-shadowing in.
I'm working on basically the physics required to actually do a launch and landing. So there are a couple of things that come before that, sort of prerequisites, but then we'll basically to complete our first milestone that's sort of vaguely playable as a game, we need to be able to do a full mission. So that's what I'll be doing.
Somebody said it's scrum time now. Yeah.
Dude, don't say that word in here. Come on.
I know.
Don't say that word in here.
Lynx, did you want to talk about what you're looking at doing?
Sure. I'm looking into biome-based terrain texture blending right now. We're looking for something that's really performant and also versatile and easy for the artists. And a lot of the time, you can't have all three. So some things are going to be, well, not committing to anything, but right now, with one of the current approaches that I've been looking into, we'll be generating some of these masks that, well, artists can come in and tweak them at the end, but I'm trying to simplify the process a lot. But the focus is on performance, and after that, we might look into like terrain tessellation to get that really good up close detail, and then tiling height maps for more. I mean, the terrain mesh is so detailed; it would be a real shame not to use all of it. So, we'll try and get some really good quality height maps in there as well, and the best way to do that is probably through tiling.
Did we cover off on anyone? I've been distracted by playing with Jupiter, which is a common occurrence.
Oh, I can see a moon there. That's really cool.
Hey, quit playing with your moons, Dean.
I
Oh,
play
it's the
with
shadow of a moon.
all the time.
All right, I think that's everyone. You want to give us a nice sign off, Dean?
Sure. Yeah. Thanks everyone for joining into it. Had a lot of progress since the last time we did the last one. I'll be pretty excited for the next one. Please remember to support the third-party developers, support the content creators particularly. And yeah, the proof is not in the pudding, but the eating.
Someone asked when's the next one. That's probably a good last question.
Yeah, I don't think we should just do them because they're a big kerfuffle for everybody. I don't think we should just do them just because. So I think when we feel like there's a bunch of good stuff to show off, maybe vehicles, stuff like that. Who knows? To be honest, we might actually, by the time we do the next one, we might actually have the alpha build available. Yeah,
I guess a good way to think about it is like we'll say something when there's something to be said rather than saying something because we feel like we have to say something.
Yes. That's a really good summary.
Speaking from the community side of things, just don't show off something unless you guys got something to show. Community, we're waiting for it. We'll be patient. Take your time and do it right. It's all good. We got nothing but time.
Ain't that the truth? Cool.
Cool.
Oh, I also a goal. If anybody works at SpaceX or somewhere, I actually want to make KSA available to people for free and then actually live stream a launch inside the game. I'm working towards trying to do that. I've had a couple of contacts with different places that I might be able to get data on, but basically you'd be able to like virtually watch the rocket take off. So if anybody knows anybody, get in touch. So when we do the first, kind of like Fortnite. So if anybody knows anybody, send them my way. It'll be completely free. And we could do that now. We could literally do that now. I just need the telemetry, and the telemetry could have a lag. I was thinking about this. It could be like the early days of GPS, because we'll just be lerping. So I just need we can even make the 3D models. We've got the people, we can make the 3D models. We just need the telemetry stream.
So, funny you should mention that, because I heard from somebody just this week from Rogue Space Systems. They got in touch with me because they wanted to ask me to be able to do something, and I just heard back a couple of days ago. They put up a little CubeSat in orbit, and it sends out a radio beacon, and as part of that radio beacon, every now and then, it plays a MIDI track, which just so happens to be the KSP theme now. I immediately got nerd sniped by that. And so yes, the KSP theme is now currently playing in orbit. I'm going to post later a link to, there's a site that you can like see there's a network of crowdsourced like observations, like stations, like radio receivers, and you can see like when it flies by any of them, they pick it up and you can download the audio and everything. It's super cool. I did compose that song. That was me. I didn't arrange it, but the satellite is OTP-2 from Rogue Space System. I don't think it's on the Celeste track database yet. It's got a provisional NORAD identification yet.
Someone said in chat, should I inform the German Chancellor about KSA? Anyway, we have to celebrate.
I was saying like the TLE data that you can use to like place something in orbit is easy enough to pick up, and it converts like one-to-one to Keplerian elements, so it wouldn't be very difficult at all to like find that data. It's not full telemetry, but there's probably more. And
I'd love to do it for an actual launch, though.
Yeah.
For you to be able to watch it. So that's a goal. That's something I want to try and have happen soon.
That would be super cool.
I think that would show off kind of a lot of stuff nicely without us having to do a bunch of stuff.
Cool. But yeah, I just wanted to mention it because I stumbled onto this whole like world and like little like community of people who track satellites by radio observatories, and there's this whole crowdsourced thing happening. So it might be a way to it might be something to look at, because there might be actually like a whole human subculture there that we could tap into, I guess.
Yeah, definitely. Someone asked as well, could the next town hall be on a Friday? It is actually Friday for us. So I can't
Exactly.
I can't for New Zealanders and Australians, unfortunately.
Oh, you people from the future.
So sorry, but we're in the future, and so that would be our Saturday if you wanted it on your Friday. And I'm afraid I'm doing.
And
other
we're
things.
pretty big about having our team members have time
Weekend.
off. Is pretty important.
Weekends are sacrilege. That's it.
All right.
Anyway,
no,
thank you,
more
everybody. We need to go celebrate. Can we get some more cake in the chat for Simon? He's going to go have cake. Definitely go check out Simon's recent work on stationaires, which hopefully he'll be bringing to KSA on terrain. Has just been fantastic at helping us clean that project up and tidy it up. So we're pretty excited as well to have Simon and some of the other team members like Maddie's here. Who will be helping us do some awesome sound stuff and stuff in general. So we've got a bunch of really cool team members that will be flowing on to KSA soon, including Peter. Do you want to say anything, Matt?
I haven't done anything on KSA yet, but when I do, I will say something.
You're ready though.
Yeah,
Cool.
So
Thank you,
ready.
everybody.
cool.
And huge thank you to all the team members too. It's been so awesome to see
I tried.
all our team members doing awesome stuff. I don't actually know. I don't actually know how to end this.
Oh, I never know how to end these things either.
Okay, fellas, I got you. What kind of cake are you serving? And we can end on that bombshell.
I believe is it carrot cake? Is that right, Simon?
I don't really like cake. I only like two types of cake: cheesecake and carrot cake with a lot of cream cheese icing. So we got the carrot cake.
My guy. All right. Sweet.
Amazing.
And on that
Thanks, everybody.
bombshell,
All right.
it's time to end.
Yes. Thank you, Rob.
I think Damien said he technically doesn't know how to end this.
No, I found.
I think we need to play the Top Gear
I'm-
soundtrack now,
Yeah.
right after the bombshell.
Yeah, dude,
I don't think we have Amazon Prime lawyer money.
Oh.
Oh,
Well,
yeah, maybe
you guys
not.
can just imagine it. You can just imagine the theme
Yeah.
playing, and we can just leave.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'll leave
yeah,
before they
that's
make
how
me
I
sing
go
it.
For content creators, there is a Google Drive, and I'm dumping any source videos we do in there so that people don't have to download them off Discord. So I'll keep mentioning that too. And content creators are welcome to use any of this stuff in any way in any of their stuff. They don't have to attribute or link to anything and stuff like that. So huge thanks to all the work from our content creators. Keep doing your awesome work. Thank you, everybody. Okay.
Thank you, Rob.
Thanks, guys.
Bye.
See ya.
Bye. Bye-bye.
Well, that was nice. That was pretty good. All right, I'm going to get cake. All right, Hype. Hey, thanks for helping answer questions in the chat, dude. Appreciate it, man. We'll be in touch. Yeah. Yeah, this I am gonna play this game a lot, I think. I think I got a big problem. Thanks for being on Technical Backup. We'll do a QA on your stream at some stage. All right, man. I'll be here. Ain't going nowhere. How do you like the idea of a part creator? Yeah, I don't have a problem with that, Hillness, as long as it's done right. Now, what is done right? I have no idea. It has to feel like Kerbal, if that sounds right. How what comes into my mind is, how would Felipe do that? But he's there, so I'm not really concerned. Thanks for the town hall. Yeah, sure, man. It's called Kitten Space Agencies, Aldifax. That is a working title right now. Well, your marriage had a good run. Can you imagine test stands in wind tunnels to make and test your parts? Yeah. Harvester is involved with KSA. That was him talking on that call, Motor Kid. The one that said, at the end, he was like, I'm listening, I'm here. What? We need to play the Top Gear soundtrack. That was Felipe. Yeah. Oh yeah, he's working on this project too. I'm telling you guys, the Kitten Space Agency has like the who's who of Kerbal developers, like working on it. Repo's in there. Felipe's in there. Simon, who's not a Kerbal developer, but Simon is the lead developer for Stationeers. Yeah, that guy's pretty cool. Black Rack is in there working on atmospherics. He was a modder. We're only missing Rover, dude. We're putting the band back together. Stefan, the guy that was talking about doing like, trajectories, he was he's a software engineer for SpaceX for a long time before this. Yeah. So, there's that. We're putting the band back together. Yeah, Stefan was a software engineer on Falcon 9. I should have asked him. I probably should ask him. I hope they can fund this game enough and keep it afloat. Yep. We're on a mission mode from God. So yeah, I tried to get your questions in as much as I could. Guy from KC, I didn't see a good in for like asking about ISRU and stuff, but I'll ask. I'll shoot Hypemare a message right now, or I'll shoot Dean a message. Like, once again, guys, I'm consulting on this game. They ask me questions from time to time. I was wondering if he was gonna ask people about the SpaceX thing, but like live streaming a launch. Hey, my big thing with this, guys, is that it has to feel like KSP. But
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
What is this?
A chimney sweep knocked on my door and said that I needed to get my chimney cleaned or my house would burn down. I asked him if it's something that I could do. He said, "Sure, suit yourself."
Oh, brother, this guy stinks! Tell them they need a Marvin in the game somewhere. You fix the alerter. It works for tips. It doesn't work for subs. I don't know. Hey, go soot yourself, all right? It seems interesting what KSA is doing. I don't know a lot about KSA, but it seems like they're giving the KSP devs a space to do what they wanted to do before. Yeah. I think it's a very interesting position for Dean to make this game with no expectations of revenue, i.e. other things at Rocketworks are funding this game. So Rocketworks has other games. They have Stationeers, they have Icarus, which are two pretty damn good games. Icarus is a great one. That's a fantastic game. Stationeers is out of control. That game's amazing, for what it's worth. I think that's a very wise thing to do, because then you're not beholden to investors, which is smart. Are there any KSP2 devs in the KSE team? Yeah, Repo. Triple staff. JPL Repo was the he was the lead developer for KSP2. Nate was the creative director. So like he was like second or third in command, so to speak, on KSP2. Yeah. I not to toot my own horn, but I'm the one that pointed him towards Dean. After KSP2 fell out, I said, dude, go. These guys are in a time zone that isn't 12 hours removed from where you live, because he's in Australia. And I was like, yo, go there. Quote unquote local job. And yeah, because Dean and Hypemare, so Dylan, that's Hypemare, they reached out after. This is how this whole project got started. I figure I'd tell you how I got involved. I've known Dean and Height and the guys at Rocketworks for a long time. We stream Stationeers. We've streamed Icarus. I know them pretty damn well. They're pretty good. We're pretty good friends, you know, about as good as friends can be, you know, being on opposite sides of the planet. And they actually reached out and asked me, they're like, hey, do you know any Kerbal developers? We're trying to do something. And I'm like, tell me what you're trying to do first. And there you go. Yeah, that's how I got involved. The big ruse. I'm like, yeah, I know a guy. Doing some things. Anth worked on KSP2. Anth is actually a really good friend of mine, Yuri. I don't know, maybe I should refer him. Anth is pretty good. He helped me troubleshoot KSP's hierarchy back in the day. I think so, Creation, yeah. Yeah, Anth's a really good friend of mine, Yuri. He's been watching the stream for like, I mean, he doesn't watch much anymore. When he started working for KSP2, he kind of got distracted by doing other things. Anth's been in and out of the stream, dude, probably like the better part of a decade. Which is fair. Yeah, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. Guys, I don't... Look, man, I get it. People disappear. Like, just on a quick side note, like, I understand people can't give me their undying attention for a decade straight. I mean, some of you have, and I am grateful till I freaking leave this freaking planet one way or the other. You know, like, I am forever grateful. But I understand people, dude, sometimes people get bored. Sometimes people get bored of what I'm doing. Sometimes people, you know, life changes, stuff happens. Like, you got on sub, or whatever. You got other stuff to do. You got other stuff to do. I get it. I'm not like, I don't get upset about this stuff. If I have to ask, just let me know you haven't died. Like, if I have one thing, like one gripe, you can unsub the channel, you can hate me, you could, like, get a job somewhere. Just, like, there's always that, like, that viewer used to watch every day and now he doesn't. Or she doesn't. Like, I hope they didn't die, I guess. Like, if I die, I'll let you know. Okay, thank you. And Shadow, you got your worm logo. That's cool. I hope I helped him. We did QA testing with Anth on some bugs. Nice, Sherry. That's cool. Like, or just pop in here from time to time and just give me an update so you know, like, I don't need to know why you stopped watching the stream. Like, it just, hey, I'm doing good, or hey, I'm not doing good. You know, like, I hate you. Yeah, I know. Don't worry, you're stuck with it. Yeah. Okay. But yeah. Twitch doesn't have a metric for dead viewers. What I'm trying to say is just check in with me. If life got in the way and you can't watch the stream because of life, just pop in from time to time. Don't be a stranger. I just, like, that's on, when you're on this side of the camera, that's always something in the back of your mind. Like, did I do something wrong? Does this person hate me? Or did they just get another job somewhere? You know? I think all those are pretty good, alternating. Yeah. I'm a dog person, though, but whatever. Hang on one second. I got some pings in Discord. I like to watch. I just do other stuff. Well, yeah, RJ, I get it, dude. I get it. I stopped playing space games for a little while. Like, I understand. Like, just give me a status update. Don't be a stranger. That's all I'm asking. You don't just pop in for 5 seconds. Hey, I'm off doing this. Bye. You know? Also, apparently, according to Dean, I'm surviving the heat death of the universe, so that's pretty cool. I'm pretty cool with that. I enjoyed listening to the stream since I started working, but I gotta mostly lurk. I get you, Rocky. I get it, dude. Like, all good. Dark House, it's been 12 years since I followed you. Where did the time go? I don't know. Electron's still here, still watching. Yep. Silent Guardian, I'm a relatively new viewer. How long before our parasocial relationship goes to the next level and I just give you my life updates? Just kidding. Silent... At this point, some of my best friends started as a parasocial relationship, so... Like, I don't... give it a couple of years, I guess? Like, Owly with 5 subs. Thank you for gifting 5 subs. I appreciate it. Like, some of my best friends are like, and really good friends of mine are all from the stream. And just from my streaming career, like... I'd give it a couple of years if you really wanted an answer. Like, hey, S, what's going on? EJ, I've taken such a liking to your stream that sometimes you watch me over them. Thanks. You didn't need to do that. What do you think of Spaceflight Simulator 2? Haven't played it on stream, Astria. Should probably go and check it at some point. Yeah, Tessa, there you go. Yep. With my work schedule being off, I mostly listen to VODs in the background while I'm working or I'm watching some Hunt the Streamer videos. I just Watch your space news when I'm on a crunch at work. Oh, the game is out. I think it is. It's not out. It's coming out. Oh, okay, Portal. I'm like, yeah, no, I don't think I've played that. If I ever disappeared, a penguin did it. Yeah. It's too damn hot for a penguin to be just walking around here. I know they're forced out of your control, but if you thought like a viewership meetup. Anytime I go to Starbase is basically a de facto viewership meetup at this point, Aerodynamics. I have done meetups in the past, but I'm not flying around. I'm not touring around the world just to do meetups, dude. Mouse followers might be a lie. Mine says 2020. Dumb Twitch unfollow reset. When in and out at Pasadena, that should be the meetup spot from now on. I watched you play City Skylines. I bought the sequel. My PC hates you now. Yep. Don't tell Jack and Sawyer I said that. I said nothing, dude. Make sure you still support them over there, okay? Okay, Lego, what do you got? So Tori Bruno gave a talk at university today, and I thought you would like to know that the overall performance loss from Vulcan's SRB's failure was 1.54%. Really? Tori said the public number was rounded to 2%. Impressive that it was their most precise final orbit ever. I mean, it's a testament to guidance, navigation, and control, Lego. But also 154. That number is everywhere. Shattermage, you just randomly found Sawyer last week in another Flight Sim stream where he moderates. It was wild. Yeah, right on. Hey, Punzister. 66-month resub. I'm very happy to be here. Sorry I'm late. Is the KSA stuff done? Yeah, you just missed it. It's pretty good. You should definitely go back and watch this. Dude, Felipe was there. Repo was there. Stefan, SpaceX software engineer, who's on that team now. Dean obviously was there. Hypemare was there. Simon was there, who is the he's the lead engineer or lead developer for Stationeers. It was awesome, dude. It was pretty cool. Is the NASA man still doing cool things? Sawyer's on Flame Trench with me every Friday, Coltech. Of course he's doing things. I do got to say, it's pretty crazy listening into space news at work and you start talking about stuff that's down the hall from you. Sorry, man. Hopefully I'm not too brutal with my explanations on things, Rocky. Parasocial relationships turning into legit friendship will never not be weird. Yes, that's right. Oh, yes, I was cleaning the shop and I found your flywheel today, by the way. Speaking of weird. Yeah, I found it. It was buried under a bunch of things. I still want to make it into a clock. Portal, don't laugh at me. I live under a rock, but KSA is a rocket simulator in development, right? What's so special about it? It's the spiritual successor to KSP, Portal. It's really what KSP2 was supposed to be. Yeah. Clean your garage. I'm working on it. Everybody friends in different ways. I've made friends. I've been making friends on the internet for 20 years, dude. It's not a big deal. Was Repo there? Repo was there. Yes. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, he was there. Esar is actually getting a live stream. What's surprising, is it with the help of NSF? Yeah. Sig, I'm sorry, I couldn't say anything. I had to play dumb. Sorry, guys, I knew all about that. I had to. But yeah, I knew they were up there. So, during their attempt where they ended up scrubbing, they got to kind of feel out how the stream would work with NSF, and they liked what they saw, so they're like, screw it, let's do it. And all right, let's do it, bro. How to even make friends outside of the internet? Triple Staff, so I have this really easy way of making friends outside of the internet, okay? I like cars. I like vintage cars. it's very easy to make friends with other people that like vintage cars. Do you know how I know? Because they're probably driving vintage cars around as well. That's a really good way to make friends outside of the internet. Yeah. Go to a car show and find somebody that has a car that you like, and you can instantly make friends that way. Really, it's really easy. It's really easy. All you got to do is find the car that you like, and the person will talk your ear off, and then it's really easy. It's like an easy in. It's like people holding up signs that say, I like this stuff. I want to be your friend. Really easy. Real easy. Like real easy. That's a real good way to do that. Just go to Cletus and Cars, dude. Yep. Shared special interest. Or go to a rocket launch and watch a rocket launch. Everybody there probably likes rockets. Just saying. Did we just become best friends? Yup. Car show. Want to go do karate in the garage? Yup. Do you ever go to fly-ins? You seem like you'd have a lot of fun at those. I would love to go to Oshkosh, dude. I would love to. Maybe I should convince Das to do Oshkosh coverage. I'm going to think about that one. Road closed June 18th. Car show. You want to talk about Starship? Yep. Let's do it. I'll meet you there. That's a really good idea. I find people in the Warhammer community and KSB community, but it's also on the internet. Yeah, that's all right. Not many rocket launches in southern Sweden, unfortunately. Yeah, but there is some in northern Norway. That's not that far away, Triple Staff. It's only an 8-hour drive up to Indoya. That's whatever. It's not that far. 8-hour drive, that's nothing. 3-hour drive for U-12 Bravo to Oshkosh. Right on. Oshkosh meetup or now? Dean, I want to go to Oshkosh. Every time it comes around and I see all the pictures from it, I'm like, damn. You know? There you go, Yuri. Yeah, that's how it happens, dude. It's a more than 24-hour drive from southern Sweden? Really? Yeah, 24-hour, that's nothing. It takes like 72 hours to drive across the United States. That's nothing. You're fine. Get in a car. Stop making excuses. What, you not have those? How many Ks are we talking here? Oh, yeah. Yeah, that is pretty far. Yeah, that's a good way. Yeah, stop making excuses. It'll be fine. You'll just do it. You see a rocket launch, man. Incredibly American perspective. Guilty as charged, Kate. Sweden is big and cold. Fine. Talk yourself out of it and don't see a rocket launch. That ain't my problem. Look, all I'm saying, Triple Staff, all I'm saying is that that's about the same distance from me to Florida. It's about the same. Actually, Florida's probably a little bit longer. Yeah, Florida's a little longer away. It's about the same distance. It's not bad. Oh, God, look at that number. Oh. I've made this drive. I've made that drive on stream. Actually, I rode right seat the entire time, but I used to live in Florida. I've made that drive. Now watch this drive. Now watch this drive. Now Long March 5. Watch this drive. Daily Hop heard a nice graphic on a launch from Norway. Nice. You think Falcon 9 will get to 1,000 flights? If so, when? 5 years. For me, I need to fly to South America and France. No, you don't. Just fly to Florida. Florida's closer. You drove through the ocean? Yeah, I have that car from James Bond. You know what I'm saying? Short May 6th. Yep. 6 hours from here to Mahia. A 6-hour drive. Wasp, 6-hour drive in New Zealand. You're literally driving through like Middle Earth. Like picturesque Tolkien. That can't be the worst drive ever, dude. Can't be. Like sometimes, dude, you've seen me. I don't know if you watched Route 154 or The Excellent Adventure. I think Ernok and I drove in a straight line for probably about 500 miles, like 800 kilometers. That it was just flat. It was just flat. It's just nothing. It's just cows and then another cow. No, I'm saying I should do it. And yes, I did watch. Yeah, exactly. You should. You're just outside Gothenburg, so Beyond Gravity is pretty close. Nice. Anyway, how will the From 2 launch work? How are they supposed to get into a polar orbit from the Cape? Dogleg trajectory. Yeah, okay, Jim. Yeah, you probably won the worst drive out of all the commutes that we're talking about here. Okay. Sent you a link. Oh, I saw it. Cool. All right, so we'll what day is it? Is it Thursday? Cool. What's the lineup for launches here? Firefly is on Sunday at 9:30 because my life, and Spectrum is on Saturday at 7:30. Okay, man. Okay. AM, both of them. Are you going to watch it? They decided to stream it, Bose. I'll be here. I don't want to be here at 7 o'clock in the morning on Saturday, but I'm gonna. All right, Graham, go. Hey, Long March there, but it's not the good one. Yeah, I'm gonna have to make a run to Dunks, dude. Get a cup of coffee. All right. Well, guys, that's gonna do it for Kitten Space Agency Town Hall and the Space and Rocket Review. There was some other contracts with Rocket Lab that we didn't get around to, but oh, come back now. Sorry. YouTube chat. What donut do you pick up at Dunkin'? Blueberry. To be honest about parasocial stuff, I feel at some point people parasocial about me because I was on YouTube with Warhammer stuff and have YouTube friends. Every parasocial relationship is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Hey, the Sox 152. Yeah, Ryan told me that. Duncan all the way here in Chi-Town. Nice. Hey, Creep. 8-month resub. Thank you. What's going on, man? Unfortunately, you're catching me just at the end. I've been told Dunkin' Donuts is way better in Boston than it is in Florida. Is this the truth? Yeah. Yes, it is. Yeah, no, it absolutely is the truth. Yeah, I got Dunks when I was down in Brownsville. It was mid. Solid mid. It's not the same as up here. Up here, everything is nice and fresh, dude. Dude, it's delicious. It's real good. Dude, I'll go buy some donuts and I'll show you. I'll show you like what you're dealing with. They're really good. They're really good donuts. Fried fat and sugar. Paul, I'm American. Let me have this, dude. Are you honestly surprised that the American wants to eat deep fried dough with chocolate on it? Is this some shocking revelation, man? Sure, NX. Yeah, I got him on speed dial. American, man, what do you want from me? Food is what we do, dude. EJ, buy you donuts. I'll fax them over to you, Yuri. I said, Oh, okay, cool. All right, sweet. Sweet. My bad. The Krispy Kreme store here burned down. Tragic. Now the gas stations don't have any more donuts. Whoops. Do you like your coffee black? Yes. I don't put anything in the coffee. I just want the pure, unfiltered, unadulterated bean juice. I want my coffee to look like motor oil. It's an acquired taste. It's an acquired taste. I like leaf and flower juice. Very yummy. Leaf and flower juice belongs in the ocean, May. Okay, 12. Yep. Unfiltered? No, filtered. No. Filtered. No, not that. Not that far. That's burned bean juice, sir. Turkish coffee equals mud equals the best. I can't say I've ever had that. Okay, maybe I need to visit New York at some point. I don't live in New York, Yuri. I live in New England. Don't get those confused. People from New York and people from New England, we don't like each other. we don't like each other. Well, it's close. Yeah, New York is. I can make New York City in about 3.5, 4 hours from where I'm at. You never had coffee? That's fair. Coffee is an acquired taste. When I first started drinking it, I'm like, oh, this tastes like chalk. Now, dude, even the smell of filtered bean juice, I'm like, huh? I heard there's also New Russia kind of near. Yeah, so Williamsburg, dude. Williamsburg in New York. So I'll show you. If you really want to know, has a lot of Russians, and a lot of Ukrainians. Yeah, dude, that's what happens over here. So like people will start emigrating and then they'll tell people back home where they're emigrating to. And so like you get pockets of different countries around the United States, which is actually super cool. Like in New England, there's a lot of Irish people. Up in Boston, the Irish people are everywhere. Oh yeah. All over the place. And then New York has a lot of Italians, Russian, Chinese. Like historically, it's a huge melting pot now, but that's how it was back in the day. Did you talk about the Rocket Lab yet? No, we'll save that for tomorrow, 1062. I'll probably pop in a little bit before Flame Trench or something. So yeah, here I'll show you, dude. Williamsburg and Little Odessa is like over here. I forget exactly where it is. It's like Brighton Beach. There's a lot of Russians there. It's like over here in New York City. Like there's Dzień dobry. Dzień dobry. Dziękuję. Jak się masz? That wasn't Russian. Yeah, dude, they're like up in here, like right this stretch right here. Dude, you'll go in there and then there'll just be like there are parts where people just speak Russian. And then there are parts where, a lot of parts in like Queens and stuff where people just speak Spanish. There used to be a lot of parts around like Brooklyn and over here where people just spoke Italian. But yeah, that's not so much a thing no more. Krasno, you weren't expecting that one. But yeah, all the Russians went over here. Now, fun thing. So, the reason why they all went this way is because this looks like the Black Sea. This part of the of Long Island Sound. It looks like the Black Sea. At least that's what I was told. Like, if you just kind of squint a little bit, you could be in, like, Rostov-on-Don or something. Or Sevastopol or something. That's why all the Russians went there, and Ukrainians too. Like, if you really want to know, like, don't ask me why I know this information. I have a lot of weird information floating around up there. But it's funny because if you go, like, let's go into Pennsylvania here. You start, you see the cities like Reading, Allentown, Hazleton, Wilkes-Barre, Pittston, Scranton. It's like, okay. Then you start noticing things. Then you start noticing that the names, the further you get going west, start to get a little Germanic, let's say. See what I'm talking about? It's because a large population in the late 1800s of Germans that didn't like the German monarchy settled in Pennsylvania. So yeah, you start to get really German names in here. Another fun one, if you guys want to know, like if you go out here in Texas, check this out. In Texas, you got the howdy partner. Yet you get parts of Texas named Pflugerville. Gee, I wonder what type of people settled there. Pflugerville? Okay. Luckenbach? Fredericksburg? Shirts? See what I'm saying? So what happened here is German POWs Germans did settle in Texas because it's Texas. It makes sense when you think about it. German POWs during World War II that were captured by the Americans were interred in prisoner of war camps in Texas. And after the war ended, the Germans were all repatriated, right? And they came back to nothing because there was no country left. And they said, you know what? We are going to go back to Texas. I'll be the same. And that's what happened. That's what they did. They were like, you know what? That place was pretty good. Let's just go back there. And that's what happened. Pretty interesting, right? That's right, spoiled. Up here, around lakes, the lakes region up here, Finns, Swedes, Norwegian. Oh yeah. Up in this area here. I wonder why. Lakes. Makes sense when you think about it. Probably because it looks like home. Steve Reed, let me zoom in on the Upper Peninsula in Michigan. Take a look at this. Let's zoom in on the UP. You tell me if this looks like home. There's a good reason. That looks like Finland. It looks like Finland. I've been there. I've driven down this road. It looks like you're driving around in my summer car. Fins and lakes. Yep, there you go. I thought the UP was just flat grassland. No, it's dense freaking forest, dude. That roadway is too wide to be Scandinavian. Well, it's because it's Michigan, Laser Drifter. But here, let's go. How about the road to Whitefish Point? Where are we? Oh yeah. The road to check this road out. I've driven the Mustang up this road before. All right, here's another good example. How about this one? Yeah. If the road markings were more EU, you wouldn't know the difference. I wouldn't know the difference. This is a beautiful drive, by the way. Nice, 1062. I also feel like Canada looks a lot like parts in Russia. I mean, yeah, dude. So Yuri, Alaska is basically the same thing as Siberia. It's the same idea. Yeah, very similar because they're, close to each other. It looks exactly the same. I've actually never been up to Alaska, but it's the same terrain. Same thing. Home run from Otani. Nice. I think that's pretty cool, Bows. Yeah, pretty sweet. Yeah, dude. There's all kinds of different cultures all over the place, dude. Like San Francisco has a huge Japanese population. And Chinese too, for what it's worth. Like there are entire parts of the bay where, yeah, it's all Chinese. Like Chinatown there is insane. Give me a moment. I gotta find it. Where's the thing? You know the thing. Los Angeles has Koreans as well. Yeah. Koreans and Vietnamese. The Vietnamese population over there is in like Los Angeles is high because they're all the people that escaped communism. After the US pulled out of Vietnam, a lot of South Vietnamese people came with. It's pretty cool, dude. If you look around, there's all kinds of crazy stuff going on. Like Miami, this one's pretty. A lot of people know this. Miami has a huge Cuban population because people are trying to get away from Castro. Still, a lot of Norwegians went to Seattle and the area around it because of fishing. Yeah, there you go. You're in Moscow, so I've rarely been in the deeper parts of Russia, but I did some camping in the Urals and Baikal. That's cool, man. Oh, so you're a city slicker. I get it. You're a city slicker. Bro, if you're there, why don't you... Do they give, like, tours of GCTC? Tell me they do. Big Haitian population in Miami as well. That's right. Yeah. Anybody that played Vice City knows that. Anyway. We're just chatting now. I think we'll put a bow on this space news, guys. Escaping Castro is how I came into this world. Good. And cornbread Cuban, for what it's worth, Cuban food is fantastic. I had Cuban neighbors growing up. The pig roast at Christmas. Ace. Good stuff, man. Good stuff. People just want to live in Vice City, so they went to Miami. Yep. All right. That's going to do it for me, guys. You should try Cuban coffee. Okay. GeoGuessr vibes. Dead Scum, I'm disgustingly good at GeoGuessr. Thanks for the stream. Hey, no problem, man. Oh, yeah, it's the best of it. Glad you experienced it. Delicious. I ate way more than I care to mention. All right, guys, I'll talk to you guys all tomorrow. Once again, I am still cleaning the shop. I still got to get all the workbenches on the other side all ready to go, but progress is being made. And yeah, thank you for dealing with this shortened week. I assure you on Monday we will get back to playing games. Yeah, maybe, Bows, maybe. But anyway, not now. Thank you guys. I hope you guys enjoyed the Kitten Space Agency Town Hall as well. Have a good night, everybody. Thank you very much for watching. I'll see you guys all tomorrow.